Good morning, everyone. This is a meeting here. The title of this meeting is Earthquakes Linked to Drilling and Disposal of Wastewater. I am State Representative Richard Morrissette of House District 92 in South Oklahoma City, and I will be acting as chairman of this hearing today. With me, I hope to have State Representative Corey Williams from Stillwater, who will act as vice chairperson. I understand he's doing an interview at a radio, so he's probably running a little late. I have to tell you, in just a short bit, I'm going to have to temporarily exit the room. If Vice Chairperson Williams is not here, then Jacqueline, my assistant, will coordinate the meeting in my brief absence. Simply because I'm not here, it doesn't mean that we won't be able to get a lot of work done today, which I plan to do. To be real clear, I plan on staying here all day until everyone and anyone has an opportunity to be heard. We are here today at the Capitol for a public hearing to investigate the very serious situation we now face from damaging earthquake activity. I've asked the public to come to the Capitol for this public hearing so that they might voice their concerns, share their experience, and to make requests of their legislators, the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, Governor Fallin, and the oil and gas industry. Governor Fallin, office is downstairs. Let's hope that maybe she'll find time to come visit us here today. Let me first thank everyone for taking the time from their busy day to contribute to this hearing. We have professionals from the fields of geology, related science, as well as the general public. Our presenters of the scientific community include Professor Todd Hallahan to my right, hydrologist from Oklahoma State. As Attorney Scott Pointer from the Pointer Law Group will be here shortly. Robert Jackman to my right, petroleum geologist from Jackman Incorporated. Johnson Bridgewater, director of the Oklahoma chapter of the Sierra Club. Are you here by any chance? There you are. Michael Root, CEO of TerraQuest Corporation. There's a group, Casey Camp, Hornick from Environmentalists. Is she here? Or he? She? Ponca Council. Commissioner John Doak to my left will be speaking here shortly, and possibly others. We all have something to learn and contribute. I want to preface my opening remarks by saying that they are my words and not the words endorsed by any professionals who are here to educate us. This is my own personal message, and I take responsibility for it. The goal of this hearing is to begin to honestly and forthright establish an unbiased knowledge base from which our state and our wounded communities can draw the confidence necessary to move forward without fear after years of enduring earthquakes and dangerous destructive magnitude, while having no one in government or the industry truly willing to listen to accept responsibility. Let me say that I question much of the explanation provided to us to date by representatives of the industry and of government. I believe that they have spoken carefully and gently in an effort to assuage 4 years with their measured words, all the while protecting vested interest. I believe that the oil and gas industry, which, by the way, let me make this perfectly clear, this is not a negative hearing or a negative inquiry into the industry. Those of us that have lived in Oklahoma for a very long time understand the importance of the industry for jobs, the economic engine, and the commodities by which they provide to this nation. But at the same time, the governor, the oil and gas industry, the Corporation Commission members, and the Oklahoma Geological Society have been acting sort of in an ad hoc manner, guessing if maybe 20% reduction in produced water disposal will have any impact, not really having any idea, because simply put, we do not yet truly understand the extent of the damage caused by deep saltwater injection disposal wells and possibly fracking itself. We do, however, understand when fracking and wastewater disposals are placed under a moratorium, seismic activity ceases, or it is greatly reduced. We have many examples of this, particularly from the states of Colorado and New York. It is time, for the sake of the citizens of Oklahoma, to have a workable plan for resolving the earthquake issue. We need a plan based on science. We need a plan that works for the citizens of Oklahoma first and foremost. I believe that those serving upon the Corporation Commission today have the background and the expertise to formulate appropriate policy, but will they, or won't they, put forth reasonable proposals for regulating the oil and gas industry to limit seismic activity? As far as the oil and gas community is becoming part of the solution, an environment of corporate citizenship, I believe, has prevailed for many years in the past, and it probably could happen again. We need the cooperation of the oil and gas companies, not more protectionist rhetoric. Yet, I truly believe the industry is committed. They are committed now to finding a solution. Since announcing this hearing to the public, I have had dozens, actually hundreds, of calls from concerned citizens and members of the scientific community. Together, they have shared suggestions for possible solutions going forward. Of course, the overall majority sentiment begins with a call for a moratorium. But people are not stupid, and neither are our scientists. We know it is unlikely that simply placing a moratorium on injection wastewater will resolve all of the problems that have generated over the many years. Therefore, my office, which, by the way, my office consists of me and Jacqueline Brink-Rosen. Therefore, my office has compiled a list of the most popular suggestions and remedies, and I will read the list to you at this time. And here they go. Establish a reparation fund based upon the TSET model, that's the Tobacco Settlement Endowment Trust Fund, for tobacco education and cessation of tobacco model, to assist those Oklahoma residents impacted by oil, gas drilling, and disposal of injection wastewater. A fund to provide financial compensation to residents in need of earthquake insurance premium assistance, structural repair, medical costs, and yet unknown outcomes resulting from the oil and gas drilling disposal activities. Levy, possibly, when I say the word levy, people get real nervous. A new fluid disposal fee on every barrel of injected fluid, with fees to be deposited in the reparation fund. Legislation needed, statutory changes to reform the insurance industry, possibly John Doak to my left, standards for seismic activity in Oklahoma. Removing all occurrence time frame preconditions to coverage, as well as removing man-made quake verification stipulation. Limit the amount of produced water each oil and gas company can dispose of. There's my colleague, Representative Williams. Good to see you this morning. Morning. You'll be taking over here shortly in a second. Representative Williams, by the way, I have to stop right here for a second. Representative Williams was the first elected official that took hold of this issue in Stillwater. Let's give him credit for the fact that he's the one. Limit the amount of produced water each oil and gas company can dispose of in a calendar year. Create a statewide fluid disposal plan. Create a state recycling plan for injection wastewater based on DECA's slingshot purification process model. We'll talk about that more today. Create an early warning alarm system, such as a federally funded system now in place in California, combining federal support with funding from the gas and oil industry. Partial moratorium. 10 Oklahoma counties have estimated 90% of the quakes from 2009 to 1/1 of 2016 of this year, USGS. Those counties are the following: Payne, Pawnee, Lincoln, north half of Edmond area of Oklahoma County, Logan, Garfield, Noble, Grant, Alfalfa, and major counties, to reduce by 6.5% the oil and gas drilling, saving 20% of the Oklahoma population from potential health and property damage from these quakes. By the way, Senator Yen, you want to wave? You are here. Senator Yen from Oklahoma City is here with us. Thank you for coming. Earthquake reparation settlement component. Incentivize oil and gas producers to invest in the establishment of diverse best cycle jobs programs designed to protect the Oklahoma economy from devastation when overproduction deflates, pricing and layoffs occur. I was going to get into the oil and gas, well, we won't get into that just yet. I'm going to here in just a second turn the meeting over to Representative Williams. What I do want to do, I'm going to ask Jackie here real quick. Are we ready for presentations on the electronic monitoring, or are we going to go right to our speakers?
Go to the speakers.
Go to the speakers. Very good. Well.
No, I'm going to go to our...
Okay. Well, I'm going to start with Professor Hallahan then.
Yes.
We have with us, I believe, the top expert in Oklahoma, Professor Todd Hallahan, Professor of Hydrology at the Oklahoma State University, our friends up in Stillwater. You're first in the batting order, sir. If you would like to go to the back or If you wish, be more comfortable sitting right where you are, what would you prefer?
I think for the cameras, it'd be better if I stood near where the slides are.
I think you're right. Now, let's see if we can, all right, you're up, so here we go. Any questions? There was a lady over here that had a question.
My question was, if you end up needing to ask a question, should you sign up just in case?
That is an excellent question, one I wish you hadn't asked. If you have a question after someone has finished speaking based on whatever they have indicated, raise your hand and go to a microphone that works, either one in the back or on the table. I do wish if you just ask a question and you fill out a sheet, you don't have to do it immediately but prior to leaving. But yes, we want to encourage all questions. And having said that, we have another one. Yes, ma'am.
If we have one of these that we want to sign up and speak, who do we give them to?
The committee right here, one-person committee. Thank you. While we're waiting to load up the overhead, any other questions, comments? I apologize for those of you standing in the back of the wall back there. I hope you can see and hear. If we get too big a crowd, we're going to end up moving into the House chamber, but I hope we don't have to do that. Any further questions? Yes, ma'am. I guess it'll be Jacqueline. I tell you what. Where's my intern? Where's Garrett?
Or you know what, I'll be happy to do it if I go around and
Good. You've been signed up. With that, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Chairperson Representative Williams for a very brief time. I'll be back as quick as I can. You're number 2. John Doe goes next on the insurance industry. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming, and I'll be right back.
All right. At this time, we're going to turn it over to a hydrogeophysicist, Dr. Todd Hallahan from Oklahoma State University.
And is that working as far as sound to the back and things? Right, but we're trying to combine. My voice carries fairly well. And the people in the other room, you can hear me just fine? Louder? Folks in the back can hear that? No.
If you're not in the room, you're probably not going to be able to hear anyway because it's the only thing that's actually
And that's the reason we're here.
I understand that. This is with space that is available today, so we'll just do what we can, and there'll be a live feed later. So with that, Dr. Hallahan has the floor.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here today to help out with the state. I've been here since 2000 up at Oklahoma State, and I'll be talking about the science behind it and some of the aspects of how this works for folks in the state. I do have to mention that I'm not speaking as part of Oklahoma State University on a legal basis. I'm a professor that works at OSU and has some expertise in the topic. So and OSU is glad I'm doing it, but they're not legally responsible for me, I think is the right message. But I'm not a lawyer, so they gave me this nice thing to put on there. We're going to go through 7 basic topics, a couple slides for each one of them, talking about how we got here and what that means and where we might go from this point on a scientific basis. When you talk about oil and gas issues, there's only 2 camps you can possibly be in. One is that oil and gas shows up, the world's sunshiny, everybody makes money, It's a sunshiny, happy day. There's no earthquakes. There's no side effects. Everything is good. People just make money. And then the other end of, as soon as they show up, we're all going to have our faucets on fire, and it'll be peril for everyone. The technical reality is energy production somewhere in the middle, but it's very hard to sit in the middle. And I've tried to play referee in terms of sitting in the technical middle and discussing the science as well as I can to my ability. A lot of times the referee gets yelled at if you watch football games, you know that. But I'm attempting to provide the neutral perspective on the problem. I have students that work in the industry, and that's how they try to make their living. And I've got folks that work on the environmental issues. I've also got all sorts of things every which way, and I live in a house in Stillwater that shakes as much or more than other people's houses. The only difference with my house is I have a seismometer in my yard.
Professor, let me interject real quick. I got to make an announcement. Folks in the back and out in the hallway, after the professor's done his overhead projection, how long will you take?
About 30 minutes.
No, you're not. You're not taking 30 minutes.
Okay.
Take about 15. Okay, well, it's not a class. We got to let these people have access. 15 minutes, okay?
Check.
After the professor is done, we're going to move everything to the House chamber. I'm not going to have people sitting on the floor and standing on the walls. So just be patient for a few minutes. We're going to have to take a break when he's done and move everybody that way. Let me make this announcement. You can go to the House floor and sit at the tables, the members. Do not disturb the desk. Do not get into the desk. Do not leave trash. Do not bring popcorns and pretzels into the chamber. And if there's overflow, there's plenty of room up in the gallery. So unfortunately, we're going to have to delay this, continue. But I assure you, we will go all day until we get our business done. So as soon as the professor is done, John, we're going to go that way. Okay? Sorry about the interruption, Professor.
The set of slides are available so you can see things in various places. I'll go through a few things quickly. There is absolutely no neutral ref in the oil industry. It makes it very difficult to do science. On the airline industry, you have the NTSB. You have a neutral party that does the technical things and puts that in front of the problem. The oil industry is very hard to get the technical issues in front, health and safety being one of them. It makes it a problem. The other problem is typically TV interviews somebody very passionate about geology. They typically do not interview people like me. Not that I necessarily enjoy it, but it's a problem for background knowledge. I'm a geek. Next. You're here because of this. Our background seismicity in this state should be about 1.6 earthquakes per year. I got an email from the press the other day. They said, "What's the matter? It's very quiet today for earthquakes." I said, "Well, we've only had 2, so we exceeded the annual average already today. But yes, it does seem quiet now." Last year, these are 3+. They rank them on 3+, and these counting exercises vary a lot. You'll see lots of press with these counting exercises. These are for magnitude 3+. Those numbers vary by a bit. They're still 904 last year versus 1.6 as a normal year. This is not there's been people in the press that have said, we're earthquake country. 1.6 earthquakes per year does not make you earthquake country. We should have between 1 and 3 earthquakes a year. That's the normal sort of rate. 904 does not make Oklahoma normal today. We actually have the largest increase in seismicity in known history and science. The state acknowledged that this last year. There are a number of mechanisms talked about. This is generated by injecting petroleum wastewaters at depth. If you have a couple cows stolen from southeast Oklahoma, you can find somebody on TV to tell you how Bigfoot stole them. You can find people to talk about the uncertainty in this problem. The uncertainty in this problem is not generated by the science. It's generated by not actually collecting data on this problem. So if you want to decrease uncertainty, you would need to collect data in the injection zones. We don't actually do that. We collect data on injection and we collect data on seismicity. We don't collect in the middle. So if you want uncertainty to go down, you would need to collect data. And so when people say, you know, there's still uncertainty, if you're waiting for the uncertainty to go away in the current context, it will never happen on a scientific basis. The uncertainty level is built in unless an investment was made to decrease it. We don't collect this data in the middle. Folks in Central Africa have better geophysical data on their basement than we have in Oklahoma. Our geophysical data is not up to par with running a large-scale industrial disposal facility on the state scale if you want to do that without having some side effects. There's what a disposal well looks like. They were engineered to protect your fresh water. They do a very, very good job with it. That's what they were built to do. They've got a side effect now of causing seismicity. They weren't originally engineered for that issue. That's being done in arrears. So in terms of things that set the science forward, there's a stoplight system. They've reworked about 500 wells. We have a council now for seismic activity, and there's a website available. Things that have gone backwards is while a problem has occurred, even while petroleum prices were high, funding was being cut back on the agencies that were supposed to solve the problem. There's no maximum set on injection at this point. Compliance and reporting is voluntary, which leads to suspicion by folks. There's more applications for additional wells in seismically active areas, which suggests nobody's concerned about this on people that are trying to get more wells put into a seismically active area. If you have a liability issue that you're worried about, you don't try to sign yourself up for more. So scientifically, that's pretty bizarre. The state also has no seismologists currently working on the problem formally because they both quit. That's why I'm here, because we've run out of people to come up here. There's the facility, there's the wells. I live in Payne County. This is a fairly large portion of Oklahoma. They've spent about $45 million trying to make these wells built for seismicity versus being built for protecting fresh water. They're still protecting fresh water, but they altered them, and they've invested about $45 million, roughly $200,000 a well to rehab those. And then there's other things that have happened to them. There's other areas where the decision has been made to reduce levels of injection. This is the area near Guthrie. They reduced it by going to below 2012 levels, and blanket reduced the whole set of wells in that zone. It seems to have gotten quieter around Guthrie. They're doing this in several zones around the state, but typically after activities occurring, not by knowing where it's going to happen next. We've done seismicity as humans. There's been people who have said, you know, humanity's not good enough to make an earthquake. We've known we can make earthquakes for over 100 years, and we've done that in a number of different ways. A lot of the mechanisms we've learned to control. We've controlled mining seismicity. We've got control over surface water seismicity from building large reservoirs. Large reservoirs are 100-meter tall reservoirs. We're not talking about a little lake in Oklahoma. We're talking about big reservoirs. So some people have said, you know, the lake got full. Well, there was also a drought, but it's not the mechanisms that's generating 904 earthquakes last year. There's a experiment that we did back in the 60s and 70s to look at seismicity by making our own earthquakes. We turned the valve on, we pulled it back, we turned earthquakes on and off within a day. The patterns associated with it are not nice. They don't happen right next to the injection well. They often happen kilometers away. The pattern isn't just that I turned on the well, I made earthquakes, I turned it off, I shut them off right next to the well. People keep saying, unless we see that pattern, we don't know what caused the earthquakes. If you see that pattern, I'll publish a paper on it because we've never ever seen that with injection seismicity. It doesn't actually work in a really simple way. Folks in Paradox, Colorado, they've been operating an earthquake machine since '96. It's tricky. They've had to shut down a couple times, but they've been trying to manage seismicity, and this isn't for oil and gas, this is for keeping their surface water clean. But they've been operating it. There's people with experience at how to do this, but they collected a lot of data before they turned that machine on. One thing that is true about these is that they're going to move away from the injection wells over time. And so we've been operating our machine for several years now, and people are starting to say, you know, these earthquakes aren't really close to the injection wells. That's exactly how the physics works. If they were staying by the injection wells, that'd be a new interesting paper to write. And so over time, they will keep moving further and further away from the injection well that is generating it. Most of those injection wells are operating aseismically. There are only some that are operating seismically. Figuring that out by waiting 5 years makes the problem much, much more difficult because they will move away and changes in rates can kick off earthquakes. And that's something people need to watch out for in terms of management protocols. Folks in the Netherlands have dealt with this as well. This gives an example of people that have dealt with on the legal basis and also with a different set of politics for longer than we have. They've had their worst quake being a 3.6, which seems like a small number, and that seems to be an issue as people go, the number seems small. How bad could it be? But their worst damage is 3.6, and they've already spent 1.2 billion euros, and they've got a 5 billion euro suit going right now. And they came over here to interview us and report on our problems because they're about the same as they're having. The induced seismicity mechanism is different, though. Rules for this have been around since the 90s. This isn't new science. People talk about it like Oklahoma was the first to discover this. We're quite late to the game on that. People have talked about it's so unclear and it's such subtleties. The number of earthquakes aren't subtle. The injection rate difference is the best case we have where we turned on and off earthquakes was a rate of about 2.3 million gallons per month. The rates that are published for linking Oklahoma with induced seismicity are very high and very well above that. So we're not a subtle signal and we're not a subtle mechanism to generate it. It's a very strong mechanism with a very strong signal. So when the press keeps going, I bet there's another reason, on a scientific basis, it'd be great if you publish that because we've never seen these other mechanisms published in terms of showing that it can do the kinds of things that are happening in Oklahoma. The injection makes the most sense based on rate, location, and timing. And it's the published peer-reviewed work that's going to be utilized for all sorts of things, but it's not necessarily the work that's reported on. Two things that came out last year. One said we think it's the total volume. The other one said we think it's the rate that you're putting it in. We don't have good data at depth to be able to really resolve that. That's something that should have started about 5 years ago as a study. But that study never started because the investment was not made. The other thing that's been going on is how to properly communicate this. Earthquakes are one of the hardest things to communicate scientifically in the world. People have been thrown in jail because they miscommunicated earthquakes. Thus, not lots of people want to give this talk. People get very excitable or people stay too calm, and you're trying to find the best measure of showing what the data are actually saying. And so the USGS has been working to come up with how to describe the hazard that'd be present in Oklahoma. The background map looked like that. When you start doing hazard models, you convert from Richter magnitude, which is the magic number they talk about on TV of what you had for an earthquake, and then their Mercalli scale, which is what did you guys feel at the surface. Those are not a one-to-one correlation. Richter is very, very easy to measure precisely. Mercalli is what your house felt or what you felt. And that's much harder to report on because it depends on the rocks between you and the earthquake. So those numbers are Roman numerals. Richter is regular numbers. These are the patches that are part of earthquakes that they took out of being natural, and they have them under the potentially induced earthquakes. And they put those, and they're trying to figure out how to properly map that. Those maps are coming out in March for the latest data for 2015. They've also done studies on particular sites, such as Cushing's oil storage facility, and that has a fault right underneath it that's had some activity. Experiencing something similar to the Prague quake underneath that facility they deemed to be possible, and that would be a hazard of approximately 25% lateral acceleration relative to G, which is the acceleration of falling out of the air. So 25% G would be similar to the Prague quake, but it'd be underneath that facility. You can also look at that hazard and come up with really large numbers if you include all of Oklahoma's quakes, but trying to decide how to do that properly and communicate it properly is part where the science is fuzzy because we haven't had to do this for this type of problem previously. This is a really key point. When we talk about a 4.8, if you're in California, there's a 4.8 I pulled up from the last couple of years. They had light shaking on the Mercalli scale. Nobody really cared too much. And so when they go, why are you guys upset about 4s? They don't feel them the same way. If you look at the recent 4.8 in Oklahoma, that categorized 2 Mercalli indexes higher and came out as strong. So the number does not equal the sensation at the surface. The USGS Did You Feel It website allows you to log what you felt, and allows us to get scientifically that correlation between the number and what's happening at the surface. That connection is where our understanding of what damage might occur comes from. So reporting by the public as to what they felt for especially very small earthquakes is quite useful, because I have people feeling things down around 2, and most Californians can't imagine feeling a 2. So that reporting to the USGS about what you felt, not just on large quakes, but also very small ones, especially if you're in a rural area, is quite important. Options available on a scientific basis. The current thing is trying to reduce seismicity without any scientific intervention on the large part. People have been talking about funding very, very small projects to fix the problem. Is likely not a cheap thing scientifically to have enough data to be able to do large injection rates aseismically. That's not a cheap investment. If we did less intervention, there's already people applying to put in more injection wells. The best data that I've got so far is that that would increase the seismic hazard. On the more intervention side, setting up some of the funds they're going to talk about today is possible. On a research basis, if you want to put in research wells into that area, you're not putting in a 30-foot well, you're putting in a 5,000 or deeper foot well. You're talking about $250,000 on the cheap side per well. So running up into a $50 million kind of project. I did check, if you change the price of oil to the DOD by $1 a gallon, that's 4 days worth of gas for the Department of Defense. So that investment relative to savings in other areas for oil and gas would do both reduce the seismic hazard here and then strengthen the energy industry by having that knowledge of how to run this facility in a more effective way. But that's your policy issues that people sort out. The one thing I cannot get any school to do as I give these talks is to hold an earthquake drill, to teach kids to climb under a desk, hold on and wait, not run, not get out of the building, and I cannot convince school districts to do this because either they don't consider any hazard to exist or they're afraid of scaring children, is the things I've been told. But if you can convince your school, if you go to shakeout.org, there's a full website that gives you all the instructions as a school administrator as to how to run one of these exercises. It's not particularly hard. A lot of people helped out, and there's a website available by the state that gives a lot of good data. Thank you.
My name is Gene Hunt. I live in Oklahoma City. My question is, in that we've gone from one earthquake to 900 in a year, why don't we use this as a prime opportunity to go to wind energy and other sources of energy that don't create this kind of a problem?
And I will point out the irony that Representative Williams told me I needed to go into the well, which I didn't know that's what this was called.
Okay, again, I appreciate Dr. Hallahan has been, let's give him a round of applause. As somebody who has been speaking about this for a while, I know how exhausting it is, so I really appreciate Dr. Hallahan because he has been one of the few people that will consistently show up to meetings like this and take questions and really put his reputation on the line, because I can tell you, for every one Dr. Hallahan, there's about 10 on the other side without the science that throw darts. And so, anyway, that being said, our next speaker is the Insurance Commissioner of the State of Oklahoma, John Doak. And before he takes the well, I want to say, and I told him a few minutes ago, but a personal thank you, because he's one of the few state leaders that has done something proactive. Most of you probably got a letter in the mail from your insurance company regarding your earthquake insurance coverage, and specifically and in layman's terms, what was covered, what was not covered. That is a result of a directive that the commissioner sent out because consumers were in some shaky situations, no pun intended, with regard to the coverage that they had and what they were paying for versus what they get. So with that, I really appreciate the commissioner having done it, and I'll turn the floor over to Commissioner Doak.
Thank you very much, Representative, and welcome to our state's capital on behalf of the Oklahoma Department of Insurance. We're glad you're here, and we're very interested to kind of hear your perspective and issues and concerns. And I also would like to thank Representative Morrissette, even though he's not here, for putting this on today and inviting us to come speak. My remarks are focused to my lane of traffic, if you will. I am an insurance professional. I am your insurance regulator for the state of Oklahoma. I'm not a geologist, and I'm not an attorney. So I've made a lot of remarks about this over the past really several years relative to insurance, and that was my goal today is to just take a few minutes to make sure that we're educating Oklahomans on the issues relative to insurance. The mission of the Oklahoma Department of Insurance is to protect Oklahomans from unfair claims practices and regulate the insurance companies to prevent financial insolvencies. And I think it may be at a time like this, it might be good to step back a little bit and understand, just take a world view of earthquake insurance. And again, I'm the insurance guy. This is my lane of traffic, is earthquake insurance. If you look at some of the top 5 natural catastrophes worldwide, have been 4 of those have been related to earthquakes. The one the tsunami in Japan, 2011, 235 billion estimated losses by the World Bank. Kobe earthquake, 1995, 100 billion. Hurricane Katrina's in there. All of us remember that one, 81 billion. The Northbridge earthquake, 42 billion in 1994, and the Sichuan earthquake in China, 29 billion. So when folks say, how do I help you understand your earthquake insurance? Why is it priced differently? Why is it a separate policy? It's because if you take a look at these catastrophic worldwide losses and the development of earthquake insurance, it's typically been by natural causes that have happened, throughout the time that we've been looking at this risk. And you can see when they do happen on a magnitude of that level, it causes a worldwide financial really repercussion behind the scenes. So earthquake coverage is uniquely priced and uniquely structured. Hence, in the United States, Oklahoma, with the activity that we talked about, the increased levels that we now know that we're up there on a frequency level. Insurance works on really 2 major triggers: frequency, which we've had a lot, and severity, which we haven't had a lot to date. But I think keeping those things in mind, when you look at the property values, and we've worked very, very closely with Glenn Pomeroy and the California Earthquake Association to kind of understand what they've done in California, how they've communicated the exposures that they do have in California, which is one of the largest earthquake placements for the reinsurance market in the world from the property values there. But if you look on average, when you drill this down to a home here in the Oklahoma City area, possibly with a $100,000 home with a 2% deductible, that equates to, and the price for that premium on an estimated value is probably somewhere between $30 to $50 per year on that $100,000 home with a 2% deductible. And if you go back and look at the premise for earthquake insurance is really catastrophic coverage for the home to go to the ground. And if you've covered these, the reporters here and the news folks, we've all watched these on television, our friends in California. So keep that in mind. That is the premise for earthquake coverage, and it really has to be priced separately, and it has to be, consumers have to have the opportunity to decide whether they want to purchase that or not. So that is one of the things. On another note, for commercial property, like the building, the Capitol that we're in, or the tall building exposure that we have around Oklahoma, it's typically on a per $1,000 basis of the property value. So what does earthquake insurance cover? Typically, it covers the dwelling, personal property. It may have additional triggers in there, like Oklahoma knows disasters very, very well, and we've been through a lot of them. So we know that for our friends in Moore and around the states, that when we have a major disaster and you come in and replace homes, you bring those homes typically back up to new code levels. So that is part of your coverage as well. Debris removal, which would be catastrophic on the larger level of earthquakes that we're talking about, and living expenses while you're out of your home. So those and if you think about that, having your home, if it was a total loss on that $100,000 policy, replaced for $30 to $50 out of pocket, That's the premise of how earthquake coverage is really priced. It has some typical exclusions. It's not known as a maintenance policy over time. It's catastrophic. So if you look at the Oklahoma earthquake insurance market, we have 92% of the market. Recently, we did a survey. Writes some type of earthquake coverage. 109 cover earthquake damage resulting from oil and gas activities as defined by my bulletin. And I appreciate the representative saying this. I'm the only insurance commissioner in the country that has, and other states have the issue that we had. We sent a message to the insurance companies to allow consumers to understand what their policy covers if you already have an earthquake endorsement. And if you don't, then we need to do some education for you to be able to understand, do you need to buy it? No mortgage company in the United States makes you have a forced place earthquake policy, much like a flood zone. If you're in a flood zone, your mortgage would make you carry a flood policy, correct, if you've got a lien on that. So there's differences there. Even in the state of California, earthquake coverage is offered a couple of times a year, but it is not mandatory. So we're kind of in a new territory here for Oklahoma in the last 4 or 5 years to do the best job we can to educate Oklahomans on what it does and does not cover, and do you want to purchase it or do you not? That is a personal financial decision because, as we mentioned earlier, most Oklahomans, most Americans, your single largest asset is your home. So make sure that you're taking care of that properly. So we have, on the flip side of that, we have got about 16 companies that don't offer coverage. A couple of years ago, we were going to do have a PowerPoint presentation, but I think it's much better to be here in this room. We even started out putting out earthquake PSAs on television so you could at least understand, talk to your licensed insurance agent or broker on this issue. One of the things we worked with Governor Fallin on early on was a quick decision to say, if our insurance agents and brokers in the state of Oklahoma don't understand earthquake coverage, then we need to do some really specific and quick action. So with the governor's order and with mine, we called for 1 hour of continuing education for insurance agents and brokers to be able to clearly understand and learn earthquake coverage, because heretofore, this hasn't been something that our agency community has really had to pay a lot of attention to. So that is one aspect. I know the representative is talking about training in some other areas, which could be very, very good. So since we started that training, we've had a little over 8,700 agents and brokers trained to be able to talk to the community on that issue. One of the things that we did on our, if you look at the national role that we've played, recently in August of 2015 in Chicago, I hosted really a worldwide event for the insurance and regulatory folks and it was called All Things Earthquake, the Center for Insurance Policy and Research, and we had great folks come from around the world, and we had a couple of folks from Oklahoma come talk about the new phenomenon that we're seeing in our state and trying to bring that information back, which hence we got on board and put our bulletin in place pretty quickly so consumers can understand what's going on. Yeah.
We're going to take some questions.
Yep, absolutely. So one of the things, if you have questions or concerns, what we'd like to do to write down this number, because at the Oklahoma Insurance Department, we're going to start monitoring complaints against insurance companies if you have earthquake coverage on a weekly basis. 1-800-522-0071, 1-800-522-0071. Each one of these calls will be handled in a confidential manner per our regulatory authority. But again, it is our position that the insurance companies would react quickly and efficiently. So we'll take some questions and let the representative move on to the next set, so if there are any.
Thank you. Dennis, where are you? You all hear me?
Questions? And we'll have staff here most of the day. If any of you all would like to initiate or start a process for a complaint, you can go online or contact us individually. So let us know if we can help.
Folks were there last night. There were questions about purchasing earthquake insurance, and you had to wait 90 days from your insurance agents. John, explain.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Let me get to that. He's talking about a moratorium based upon certain seismic levels. That is handled individually by different insurance companies relative to really their reinsurance covenants, which go to Lloyd's of London or places around the world which pay for these types of coverage. So moratorium is typically in place if to look at aftershocks, after activity, because many times you can have more significant aftershock damage than you can of the actual earthquake. But really, that is one of the primary reasons is for those folks that already have earthquake insurance, if you think about the ones that I listed, California, it's to protect the financial solvency of the claims that are on the books for those people that already have earthquake coverage. So it's much like if you have a named hurricane that's coming into the coast, you can't bind coverage, you can't buy property insurance for that if you have a hurricane. So earthquake insurance, that moratorium, and it's unique and different based upon each company that you may have, and we really have to have that to keep the free market principles at work so we have coverage. There are states that are close to ours, Missouri, that has some interesting aspects in their state down near the Boot Hill where earthquake coverage is not available. So we don't have that problem in Oklahoma yet, Representative.
All right, I want to come down. We're here with you, John. Apparently that mic doesn't work. Is this better? Good. This question, is any microphones working back there?
No, the only microphone is right up here. They're supposed to take.
All right, come on up. I guess we only got one working. Dennis, what's the deal here? Come on, man. We're going to fix this. I guess it's... Don't be shy, folks. I guess you got to come all the way to the front here. Young man, introduce yourself, who you're with, and where you're from.
I'm Mark Davies. I'm from Edmond, Oklahoma. The question I have is, given that the normal background earthquake rate is 1.6 per year, why should individual homeowners be expected to buy earthquake insurance, and why are not the entities that are responsible for the earthquakes paying for our insurance and also paying for the damage?
Good question. Well, right now, as the market works really all across the United States, is earthquake coverage is a specific policy which needs to be added on an individual basis. And again, as the regulator of insurance in the state of Oklahoma, based upon the constraints that we have in Title 36, my perspective is to make sure you're educated on how to purchase and obtain coverage. Right now, this is the historical way that this has been purchased. And through these forms, we don't know what that will lead to in the future. But if you're interested to make sure your home is protected today, then it's up to each individual consumer or commercial property owner to secure coverage.
John, I have to be honest with you here. I'm not so sure that was an answer that folks were looking for. Was that the answer you were looking for?
Well, let me be specific then. That is not from the Oklahoma Department of Insurance, that's not a call that we can make. And I would say, based upon worldwide events and different types of activity, that may or may not happen. I would leave that up to this body. But again, that's why we're here to discuss this. My main job is to make sure that you understand, and Oklahomans understand, how the current policy design and structure historically has worked, and this is where we're at today. So, very good question, sir.
Okay. Very good. We appreciate. Any other questions for the? Here we go, John. Identify yourself, where you're from, if you're with any. Right there, yes, with a little green light on. John, you're up. Yep.
My name's Juliana Overmeyer, and I currently live in Edmond, Oklahoma. Juliana Overmeyer, Edmond, Oklahoma. And my question, my husband and I want to thank you for sending out the letters to the insurance companies, or making them send letters to us, defining the parameters of our coverage.
Yes, ma'am.
We have since, my husband and I, changed all of our insurance coverage. And we have what we hope is the best insurance available in this state at the moment. My question has to do with the definition of earthquake coverage, which is on our policy a 72-hour per incident occurrence, which means that if we have an earthquake on Tuesday and then on Friday, as we did earlier this month, those are separate deductibles, and as you said, they're 2%. If you own a house that's a $300,000 house, you're talking about a lot of money that we are now responsible for paying. Right. And is there anything that can be done, since these earthquakes are not of our doing,
Right.
to somehow extend that period to longer than 72 hours, since we know that earthquakes and aftershocks often span periods of time longer than 72 hours.
Right. Very good question. That is something that we're looking at. I'm on the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Earthquake Study Group, and I've brought several of these questions up with our fellow regulators around the country. But the insurance policies are a specific contract, so they're bound by the premiums that you're paying for the specific design of that policy. Until that policy language is changed, it's interesting, and I was talking with someone here this morning in the hallway about if you were to have continued auto damage on your car and then finally turn in damage, insurance has been designed on an event type basis, but with this, the issues that we're having over time, we would take a close look and be able to work behind the scenes with insurance companies based upon the contracts that they filed with our state. So I think that those are many things that we're going to be looking at here in the future, which are, and it's a great question, because if they're not going out and inspecting your home, how are they going to know that you have damage on your property until you file a claim that meets that deductible? And then you would be reimbursed based upon that contract language. So very good question, and happy to follow up with you on that.
Yes, sir. State your name, where you're from.
I'm John Vaught from Edmond, Oklahoma, and I want to make a comment that I have insurance on commercial buildings, I have insurance on my house, but the catch-22 of this, and I think it's what keeps people awake at night, is, number one, I feel like I'm subsidizing the actual industry that's causing the activity, and number two, if I have a 2% deductible on a $400,000 building and I get an earthquake to the point I have to pay that deductible, right now in Oklahoma, that could take 6 months to correct, and I could have another 4.5 or 5.0 the next day because no action's been taken to, I don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Let me kind of address, I want to ask you a question real quick, though, because I want to be clear about this, John, and I'll let you come in here. You indicated that you thought you subsidized. Was it the industry or the reason this is? What do you mean by it? Be specific.
What I mean is I'm paying insurance for man-made earthquakes that are caused by the petroleum industry. So if the governor said tomorrow every homeowner in this state has to have insurance, it gets those guys off the hook.
John, I guess you're up.
Well, again, Representative, and thank you, sir, for that question. I just have to come back to this is the policy body that makes some of those decisions, and my lane of traffic, again, is the insurance perspective, but it's not the frequency and severity of claims historically has been, we know in Moore we've had some folks that have had 3 or 4, some folks 5 had total home replacements that have been there through weather events. So insurance is based upon events. And subsidizing, the industry. Insurance is the theory of large numbers. We take a little bit of premium from everyone here in the room to be able to replace Buddy's home based upon some profit and the designs behind the scenes actuarially sound to be able to pay claims for that company. So, the insurance business has some very, very sound logic to it behind the scenes, especially on property damage, sir, to be able. So, I understand your thought and your process there, because this is, again, new for a lot of Oklahomans in the last 5 years. And folks around the country, California, up the coast there, have been dealing with earthquakes of a different magnitude for a different reason, but probably feel the same way. The higher deductibles sometimes are prohibitive, but again, it protects you at a certain level from financial ruin or total loss if you have that obligation. So that's the best answer I can have.
Let me ask you a question before you get to yours, sir. What do you mean? How do you define catastrophic? How is that defined?
Sure. Well, catastrophic is probably a personal definition based upon your personal finances. All of us have the opportunity to carry insurance at different levels for different things based upon your home values, your personal net worth. So a Oklahoman, a catastrophic loss if it hits a $10,000 or $20,000 level, it could be catastrophic to someone versus someone else. $100,000 or $200,000 loss could be catastrophic to them. So it's based upon your personal net worth, I would think.
Okay. Yes, sir. Your name, address, where you live, and if you're here with any organization.
My name is Roger. I live in Edmond, And I appreciate this opportunity.
You're welcome.
This hearing today. I think we all are very appreciative. I want to point out that the Daily Oklahoman provided some coverage right after Thanksgiving, and I would suggest they thought nobody would be reading the paper. They'd be out shopping. On 11/30, they published a chart of the 10 top Arbuckle saltwater disposal volume by county in the state, and they provided a comparison between 2012 and 2014. The increase in nearby Logan County was 2,507%. I would ask, where were the watchers and what were they thinking?
Well,
2,500%.
Well, I think
I'm not quite done.
All right, you're not finished.
I do understand that they want to hide some of their efforts, and if they want to make an 800% increase in Alfalfa County, right next to Kansas, where you don't live and I don't live, and very few people live, I understand that. But we need to underline and learn from other places and other states. March of 2015, the Kansas Corporation Commission plainly and simply reduced and shut down numerous wells run by the same operators that are causing the earthquakes in Oklahoma. This was specifically in Harper and Sumner counties. They took action, we can too.
I agree with you. I'm not. Sorry. I'm going to submit real quickly that that's out of the purview of Commissioner Doak, so we're going to let him off the hook on that question. Now, the reason we're here, of course, is that I believe, myself and most of you in this room, that the saltwater injection wells over many years is an artificial causation of these earthquakes. And the people reading the newspaper, making those comments, let me make this real clear. It's you all in this room, when you speak to your neighbors, the people you go to church with, you go to school with, your retirement centers, you need to spread the word that the policymakers in this building are the ones that need to address exactly what we just heard. So, John, I'm going to let you off the hook on that one. I'm going to let you go. Is there anything you want to ask a question to the Commissioner? All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am. Your name and who you're with.
Hi, my name is Julie Allison, and I live in Edmond, and I live at the center of all the earthquakes that have been happening in Edmond. And I've done a lot of research, and I have a couple questions for you, as well as some comments for the people here in the room. First of all, I'm confused a little bit about the 2%. We purchased insurance, earthquake insurance, in 2012, of which at that time there was not a tremendous amount of shaking, but there was some. There was a period of which there was a moratorium. We purchased it after that. At that point, it is 2% of the price of the dwelling of my house. Our premium has increased every year, but not significantly. I recently talked with our insurance agent, and today insurance policies are significantly different. Majority of them are 10% of the dwelling of your house, or 10% of the value of your house. So you have a $100,000 house, 10%, $10,000 is your deductible. Not only that, some of the insurance companies are also saying that they are not going to cover the brick and the mortar. So my question to you, Commissioner Doak, is that your job is to protect the people from Oklahoma. Why are you not telling insurance companies that they can only sell policies that are reasonable? Because what I feel like is exactly the gentleman two before me. We are subsidizing oil and gas companies. I have to have car insurance, not just for catastrophe, in order to drive. I have to have homeowners insurance. Doctors have to have medical malpractice insurance. Lawyers have to have insurance. Why are you not protecting us from the deductibles and the premiums that we have to pay? We cannot pay it unless it's a catastrophic event. Can you please address that?
Sure.
And actually, before you do that, I want to bring a statistic because I'm curious, and I'm sure a lot of people in here don't know. But in 2013, this came from an article that actually you quoted from. Oklahomans paid $13.11 million in premiums. That was when we had 109 earthquakes in 2013, not the 904 we had in 2015. Out of that, only 128 claims were filed. $82,000 was the amount paid out. Now, I don't believe that's because it didn't cause damage. I believe, Commissioner Doak, that the premiums, that the deductibles are too high, that people cannot afford to pay the deductible to be able to help, to be able to fix the cause on their house. So please help me understand this.
Sure. And those are all great comments, and I appreciate the questions. The deductibles on earthquake coverage really have been set on industry standards around the globe and for the United States. Typically, for the United States, the deductible options on residential coverage for earthquake coverage, whether you're in California or Oklahoma or wherever part of the country you might be in, are typically the 2, 5, or 10% levels that are there. So those are kind of driven by the industry and what the appetite is for worldwide catastrophic risk, because you have to remember, the carriers that are writing coverage here in Oklahoma, this is just a very, very small piece of the puzzle for them, because they may be accepting risk or taking risks from California to the ones that I mentioned from other parts around the world. So carriers just don't specifically write earthquake coverage for Edmond, Oklahoma, or for Oklahoma. They typically write that and spread their risk worldwide or on a geographic basis. So that is kind of the industry has leveled out, Representative, to that
John,
balance.
If you don't mind, you're
Sure.
here and you're in the hot seat.
That's
and
all
that's the way it goes, because we're public office. We're both elected, right?
That's right.
I got with her question though. When I'm hearing listening to you, it doesn't address her problem
Of the higher deductible.
Absolutely. Now
Right.
we're here in Oklahoma, and this is Oklahoma issue when we have Oklahoma-based insurance companies. I get the profit and all that. I'm in business too. But would you agree with me? But we have. She's absolutely right.
Very good. It's a good question, because there's not. I can tell you that there are not. I don't think there are any Oklahoma companies that are offering just earthquake coverage. They offer earthquake coverage through endorsements through companies that specialize.
Okay,
in
let's
earthquake
stop
coverage.
there then. Well, maybe we need to change the policy and see that insurance companies that are doing business in Oklahoma have specific earthquake coverage if they're going to do business here.
No, most of them do. It's earthquake coverage is depending upon which insurance company has your primary residence. And I think the question is, earthquake coverage is a separate endorsement like flood insurance, so it has to be added on and priced separately.
Okay, well, it's getting to the point that maybe it shouldn't be added on. Maybe it should be part of the basic policy, because everybody is suffering these earthquakes. Why would that be a specific?
Part of our job as public officials is it's my job as an insurance regulator to tell you what's going on and what the policies are like now. And so the earthquake policies have always been a separate rider, because they have to be priced in actuarially sound rates to be able to withstand larger catastrophic losses. And I understand your question, because I've had this issue and talked about it with the California Earthquake Authority. The values in California are a lot higher, and those deductibles are a lot higher as well. So it's the take-up rate. But again, I've seen homes here in Oklahoma where folks have had those higher deductibles that have had their homes repaired, and I've also seen folks that have had to turn their home back to their mortgage company because they couldn't accept the higher deductible due to the damage. So good questions. That's why I'm here, to answer questions and to be able to assist you. And I believe our department has been kind of on the forefront. Whatever the disaster has been in Oklahoma, you won't find our department hiding behind anyone else. I was the only one in a room in Lincoln County talking about earthquake insurance when we had issues there. So we're trying to educate, and your comments are duly noted, and I would love to follow up with you, but I do understand your frustration.
Well, I appreciate it, and if I can just make one more quick comment, because I do hear this a lot. Yeah, our home has been affected, no question. I've got broken glass, I've got foundation problems. But the issue is, and this is what I want people to understand, it's not just my home, it's everybody's home. Because insurance also affects, for example, on December 29th, the 4.3, I live right by the city of Edmond, all of their public offices, the fire, the police, the animal. Those buildings have suffered damage. Other buildings, state buildings, local buildings, taxpayer dollars that they pay have suffered damages. Who is going to pay for that? We are going to pay for it. So even if your home isn't damaged and you're fortunate that you have not had to get earthquake insurance or to use earthquake insurance or to try to find out how they're even going to tell you the difference between earthquake damage, earth movement, and settling, which is a whole nother topic I won't bring up, everybody, Commissioner Doak, is responsible and is going to pay for the damage. And you're the insurance commissioner, and I'm sure you insure and you do it for the state of Oklahoma. So I just want to let everybody know it isn't just Julie Allison.
Right.
It is the entire state that is affected by the situation that we're facing right now. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
That's why I'm here.
All right, hanging the down. I appreciate you hanging on. You're kind of in a hot seat here.
That's okay.
You're all right. Listen, I hope everybody you're going to ask questions. You're signing the sheet so I know everybody that's been here. Remember, folks, we're going to have a long day, but just like the Energizer Bunny, we're going to be here all day until we're through, and I don't know when that is. We're going to let everybody ask a question or concern, so don't be frustrated by the number of questions, because we are going to hear from everybody that has a concern today.
Thanks. Tim Murphy, Edmond. This is actually...
Speak up loud now.
Yeah, Tim Murphy, Edmond. This is building off of the last question, I guess.
Sure.
First of all, one of the things that's been showing up in the media, and I think you yourself have been stressing, is the extraordinarily high denial rate over earthquake-related claims, something like a 90% denial rate. And it would be useful for us to know how to avoid denial, if there are any strategies that homeowners can themselves adopt. I mean, I understand, for example, that some claims don't reach the deductible,
Right.
et cetera. Some things won't be covered if the original construction did not meet code. There are a number of reasons where that justify insurance companies refusing claims, even if you feel that you have full coverage. Is there anything consumers can do about that? That's the first question.
Sure.
And related to that, then, again, as the previous questioner mentioned, the question of prior damage through settlement and other issues like that is also sometimes used. What can homeowners do, business owners do, to minimize not just the risk of the earthquakes by buying the insurance, but the risks of insurance refusal?
No, very good questions. I think that when you come back to the first question relative to the was it relative to the deductible? Could you what was the first part of the question?
Sorry, the first part of the question was about the extraordinarily high
the denial rate. Yes, when we first started looking at that after the phenomenon really kind of started the last couple of years, we took kind of an early dive into that to talk to the companies, and based upon the requests that we got back, again the confidential information that the companies gave to us was many of these claims that were placed, it was an education issue, which is why we began doing some serious education, because turning in a claim that didn't meet the deductible, that was kind of the issue there. We began to realize that most Oklahomans, we've never really been through this before, so we didn't know that those deductibles were higher. Or our coverage, or we had a homeowner's policy and it didn't have earthquake coverage in there. So that's where we realized that we had to begin the education track through media, through our media partners, helping folks understand and read their policies. So that's really was the design for that. So we're monitoring complaint levels now, and we're going to monitor that weekly relative to anyone that has claims, and we'll work on that on a case-by-case individual basis. And if it reaches such a level that we have to address whatever company it is, like we did in the Moore tornadoes or anything else, Representative, we'll get those folks and we'll get their attention. One of the things is I didn't want an auto adjuster coming out and adjusting a property claim. So we had to send that message pretty clear that you want to have educated claims folks that understand structural damage, which is a message we sent early on to the insurance companies as well.
Thank you for your question.
Sarah Baker, excuse me. I live in Yukon, so I don't really feel a whole lot of what's going on. However, over Christmas break, I was in a hotel and felt the Edmond earthquake on the 4th floor of my hotel room in Yukon, and it woke me up. So I actually have a question based off of a lady that was in attendance at the town hall last night. Her statement was, I used to pray to God that my house would not be taken. Now I pray to God that my house is taken before June when my policy expires and they do not renew my policy. We have to have, as consumers, we have to have auto insurance. If we are reckless with our driving or we have marks against our driving, we risk losing the type of coverage that we need for our automobile. When we are talking about earthquakes or even tornadoes, those are not things that we can control. Is there something that we can do, that your office can do, to prevent insurance companies from dropping people from their policies that have regard to things that they have no control over whatsoever?
Sure.
And if not, if your office is not the one that can do that, then who is the one that can make those decisions?
No, very good question, and thank you so much. In Oklahoma, we have a consumer bill of rights for home and auto insurance, and a long time ago, we put in some protocols and procedures by the legislature, which are under Title 36, that insurance companies, for certain weather-related events, there's some certain protocols that are already in place for those types of reasons. So we'll try to get you that information, but I think what you're asking is already in place. You may not be aware of that, but we also have a program for difficult-to-place property insurance through the Oklahoma Department of Insurance, which the independent agency runs for us if a policy has been canceled for multiple claims or for frequency or severity issues. But weather-related triggers, we do have some things in store for that that are on the books, and I'm going to try to see if I can get someone to bring some things up, but we've got a Bill of Rights for home and auto for the state of Oklahoma, which address some of those. Good question.
All right. Daniel?
I'm Nathaniel Batchelder. I'm an Oklahoma City homeowner, and I want to raise the issue of my fears about fires or explosions caused by gas leaks that result from cracked pipes from earthquakes. And these earthquakes are happening all over Oklahoma. God knows we have gas pipes all over Oklahoma, and there was recently an explosion and fire in Edmond of a home, and it was a gas leak, but was it related to earthquakes? Who knows? I'd like to hear your comments about the general earthquake insurance policies and if such catastrophes would be covered by typical homeowners policies.
Oh, very good question. As a matter of fact, I was at that home in Edmond. I visited the property there, toured the facility, what was left of the home, visited the young man in the hospital. Explosion is a common peril that is covered underneath your existing homeowner's policy. So, sir, if there was a gas leak or something that happened, your homeowner's policy would respond to that. So that would be a covered peril under your homeowner's policy for explosion underneath a common policy, sir. Good question. Very good question.
All right. One last question for the commissioner.
Hi, my name's Albert Wheeler. I live in Edmond, Oklahoma. I'm a property owner. There's been some talk this morning about Oklahoma having an increased probability of having a 5.5 or higher. And there are known pockets of swarm activity, particularly in Edmond and Medford area. I would advocate for a subsidy for our earthquake premiums to be paid by the disposal well operators and coverage as well as inclusion in policies of coverage for cumulative property damage, and especially within an enhanced risk zone in the event of a catastrophic loss, that the deductible be waived and that the insurance companies can subrogate against the disposal well operators. And one last follow-up question. This is to Governor Mary Fallin. What is so important that you can't be here today to address questions?
Don't even go with that Fallin deal. Let me answer this question.
Thank you.
We were hoping the governor was going to be here today, and she still has time to be here. I hope they're watching live stream downstairs on the second floor. Maybe some of you ought to go down there and knock on her door and see if she's home. We'll be here all day. Your question is a good one. I'm not so sure the insurance commissioner is the one. I think where this needs to be addressed is either in a court of law, which we're going to hear from Mr. Pointer here in a minute about those lawsuits and the class action suit, or this legislature. Now, the problem you know as well as I do, you are talking about dealing with an issue that would be resisted with all due force. When you're talking about subrogating that type of loss to the people that are doing it, I mean, with the economy the way it is, and now I'll play a little devil's advocate here with you, and I want you to respond to that. What you're talking about really is a theoretical concept and not a real concept. Would you agree with that?
Yes, particularly with regard to a sole oil operator. This person who has a single well, as was talked about earlier, some degree of sympathy to that person going out of business. They take a business risk to do that. All of us take business risks. So if that person has to go out of business, so be it.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put somebody on the spot real quickly. Scott, do you think you're going to address that, or you want? Come on up here. You want to go? Listen, the commissioner was kind enough to come. He took some heat. Let's at least give him appreciation for being here.
Thank you all very much, and don't forget to give us a call at the insurance department if we can help you, and I truly mean that, and we're all in this together, so I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Sir? Okay, I've got with me, and Ms. Jagman, just hang tight. This is sort of like juggling the baseball batting lineup during the middle of the game here. Mr. Pointer, Scott Pointer, I've asked him to come up here to answer, I hope to some degree, that last question. Scott, you're up. Introduce yourself, and you can handle this, I'm sure.
Well, I'll give it my best
Come on
shot.
up.
First of all, thank you very much, Representative Morrissette, for giving me the opportunity and inviting me here. Also, I want to thank Representative Williams for the hard work he's been doing for over a year. He certainly protected the state last year during the legislative session, and specifically helped me because there were bills designed to kill our lawsuits. I'm from Arkansas. I'm your neighbor in Arkansas that started the litigation regarding earthquakes during the Guy Greenbrier swarm in 2010 and 2011. During that process, I represented about 35 households during a very difficult time in the lives of those people. Your problems here in Oklahoma far exceed and are a multiplier of the problems that we had in Arkansas. From every possible angle, your problems are more difficult. The quakes in Arkansas were located in a very sort of small oval in a very rural area. Our Oil and Gas Commission reacted to the two largest quakes in February of 2011 by shutting down wells immediately. Within 6 months, they created a moratorium area. And so the area over the Guy Greenbrier fault in central Arkansas has a moratorium area where there can be no injection wells. When I came to Arkansas, I came because there was a resident of Prague that basically had her chimney fall onto her legs. Sandra Laudra is probably going to have knee surgery on both of her legs. If you just Google Sandra Laudra, Ladra, knees, earthquake, you will see pictures of her knees and her legs. They sought me out, and I think they Googled me somehow and found me because I did the cases in Arkansas. The cases in Arkansas were the first of this very kind. The case for Miss Laudra in Prague, Oklahoma, actually the case is in Chandler in front of Judge Ashwood there, was the very first of its kind here in Oklahoma. We followed that action on behalf of Jennifer Cooper, who actually used to work as an assistant to one of the representatives in this House. Ms. Cooper is a class representative representing people that were affected by the Prague earthquakes in 2011. So it covers all those property owners in Lincoln County and bordering counties that had damages related to earthquakes. This week, we know that we need to cover the rest of the Oklahoma. So this week, on Tuesday, we filed a class action lawsuit in Logan, Oklahoma, Logan County, to cover the entire state of Oklahoma. Because you're not dealing with just one pocket of quakes. You're dealing with 2 or 3 or 4. I think you're actually maybe dealing with 5 pockets of quakes. You're not dealing with one fault line, but several. You're not dealing with, I dealt with two oil and gas companies, one being Chesapeake in Arkansas. Here there's at least 4 that are putting at least 80% of your injection of your wastewater volume into the Arbuckle. Those are the 4 principal defendants in our case. Additionally, your Oklahoma Corporation Commission is slower than Christmas, slower than has not reacted nearly quickly enough to address the issues. I want to thank Alex Cameron, who's doing a news story that should hopefully appear next week on the CBS affiliate here, that compares and contrasts the problems in Arkansas to Oklahoma and the differences in the way that things are reacted. So thank Alex when you have a chance to see him in the hallway. Now, the issues about insurance. The oil and gas companies certainly have insurance. In fact, I think there are about 3 insurance companies that cover the 4 that are the predominant defendants in our cases. Their operating policies should be and could be tapped through the litigation. The way that this case would work is similar to a car wreck where there's a personal injury. If you're in a car wreck and that somebody else's is caused, you're more than likely going to go maybe to the emergency room or at least to a doctor, and your insurance is probably going to cover that. When you file the lawsuit, the person on the other side has coverage, auto coverage, that's going to basically reimburse that medical expense to you, your out-of-pocket, but also to your insurance company for whatever they paid. Okay? So this would work the same way. If you've got homeowners coverage and you want to make the repairs, do the repairs. Okay? The problem that you're going to have is your deductibles are high. The problem also that you're going to have is there's insurance companies that are telling you that you only had 2 or 3 quakes in your area and they can't call this the damage. When you know, I know, the scientist knows there's hundreds of quake in your area. There are going to be lawsuits against the homeowners insurance companies, I believe, because they don't want to pay. They either don't want to pay because they say your coverage is for natural earthquakes and these are really man-made quakes. That's sort of a crummy thing. You're between a rock and a hard place there, right? They'll also deny it because they say, well, that's just normal settling. So beware of that. But I have clients that had homes rebuilt in Prague. So some of them have done good work. But they're still out the deductible, so they're a client of mine, and they're entitled to get that deductible back. I believe also you have emotional pain and suffering. How many of you are scared of the 5.0? How many of you have children that sleep with you at night because they're scared of sleeping in their own beds? I'll get with you in a minute. There were so many clients in Arkansas that their children were so upset that became something that I have an 8-year-old that I was really concerned about. So the things that you need to do, number one, I can't stress this enough, document your damages. Pictures are absolutely critical. Video your damage. If you're in the middle of an earthquake, turn your video camera on. You've got to document. Get estimates. Keep your estimates. If you have repairs done, get the invoices for those repairs and keep them. You have to document. That's critical to proving any sort of claim, is keep your documentation very, very tight and
Scott, I want to ask you a question, lawyer to lawyer. And by the way, folks, I've been in this legislature almost 12 years. For the last 12 years, I have fought until my knuckles are bloody. Lawyers such as Scott, and believe it or not, myself and others in the court system, are there to dispense justice to you all. any attempts to limit your accessibility and access to the courts, or caps, artificial caps on damages, sort of like artificial caps on elections, sort of like term limits, is wrong. These guys are there to make sure, you know, we're all history majors of, I assume most of you are in this room know your history. What happened in the late 19th century with the Rockefellers, the railroads, this is a different 100 years later, folks. The courts are there and lawyers are there to protect your rights. Anyway, enough of that speech. Scott, let me see if I'm right about this. The Corporation Commission here in Oklahoma has been at least telling me, and maybe in your conversations, that they don't have the authority to act immediately or whatever. I have a statute here, and I want to make sure as a lawyer I'm reading this right. I've got Title 52, Section 139, and it says right here in subsection D, subparagraph 1, for the purpose of immediately responding to emergency situations that have potentially critical environmental public safety impact and resulting from activities within the Commission may take whatever necessary action without notice of hearing. Is that what that says?
That's what it says.
Then I want to ask a loaded question. Why aren't they acting? They acted in Arkansas, they acted in Kansas, and they are dragging their feet like a squirrel through molasses. What's going on here in your opinion, sir? In your opinion, sir? You're not a public official. You can answer that question.
Money and politics. I mean, they're there because the oil and gas companies put them there. They're saying that they don't have the power to create moratorium areas. The reason that we're filing a federal lawsuit, which should happen in the next few days, is designed to have a federal judge preside over and decide, do we need moratorium areas? Because the federal judge certainly has power under environmental statutes to do that. Matt Skinner and the folks at the Corporation Commission have said over for a year that they can't do certain things, one of those being a moratorium area. So I'm also happy that you talked about a right to a jury and a right to trial. The first motion out of the bag with Ms. Laudra's case was a motion to dismiss, saying this case can't be heard before a jury. The Oil and Gas Commission didn't want this and don't want these cases in front of a jury. They said, where should this case be tried? Do you want to guess?
Yeah, take a guess.
Oklahoma Corporation Commission. Thankfully, we were successful in convincing the Oklahoma Supreme Court in a 7-0 opinion that you have the right to a jury, that these cases have to be in court.
I'm going to get on my political soapbox again, but you're standing, and go ahead, sir. Why don't you approach the microphone, tell us who you are, where you're from, if you represent anybody.
My name is Richard Dollar, and I operate a service company called sflwell.com.
Did you sign my sign-in sheet?
I did.
Good.
My partner back here in the back, Jim Edwards, and I, we started this 2 years ago. What we do, we shoot flood levels generally for oil companies to determine the producing bottom hole pressure to know about their reservoirs. Recently, we've got into this because of the demand and the interest in it. And is that the Corporation Commission has told the producers that if you want a new injection well, you have to follow the procedure for the next 6 months to shoot a static bottom hole pressure every 60 days after you shut the well in, which is good. However, last week I sent out 194 letters to operators of Arbuckle disposal wells. There are about 300 in the state. There are 10,400 injection wells in the state. While we're dealing with a pocket, as y'all call it, of areas of earthquakes, back in the summer of this last year, an earthquake hit Enid on July 14th. Over by Lone Mountain, 62 miles west, we were on a well that the earthquake went down, hit the base rock, went over, and came up and sheared the casing, tubing, and rods at 8,400 foot on a 12,000-foot well.
Let me stop you right there. In English and in reality, paint a picture for me what that means.
Earthquakes in Enid, west of Enid. 62 miles west, the earthquake goes down. Of course, it's at the base rock.
Which is how deep? Tell us how deep that is.
I'm not really for sure there about the Arbuckle, but probably around 10 or 12,000 foot.
Okay.
And that's the problem with the injection wells, if you don't understand that, is that the pressure put into the earth, into the well, with the amount of volume, goes to a fault and goes down to the base rock and cools the rock and allows the fracture to exist. The same thing can happen with the formation above the Arbuckle if there's mitigation between the zones, can get to the base rock. The base rock's the key, which is the granite. Now, between Enid and where we were, 62 miles west, are a lot of oil wells. None of those others had that experience. But Lone Mountain Disposal there is, if you know about Lone Mountain Disposal.
You're going to tell me about it.
Not really. Right now, they're currently taking all the waste out of the Hudson Channel and bringing it out there and putting it on the earth. Okay, you wear white suits when you walk around out there. Okay? But the point is, it went down to the base, went out 62 miles, came up and sheared 10-inch casing, 4.5 tubing, and 3/4 rods, like a knife. Okay? So when you're talking about your lawsuits in Edmond, you don't know that the well 2 miles over here caused that problem. You don't know if it was 50 miles to the east or west. We don't know yet.
It sounds pretty scary.
We're like going to the moon, and we're on the Sputnik right now. Okay? Now, the Corporation Commission, you guys are ragging on them a little bit, but those guys have come out and they said that you guys have got to monitor these wells by doing the static bottom hole pressure and getting that figure. And you put that into an equation that tells them about the permeability of the formation, which means if it's going to get to the base rock. Okay? They need to do that for all the wells, period. Now, the oil companies own the same equipment that I do. The big dogs have employees that do this. We work for mom and pops that can't afford the $30,000 with their equipment to go do what we do. So, but that is the trend that's shut down all of this, is that we're learning about the earthquakes scientifically to determine what causes them. Once you really know that, and you know the amount of volume put in the well and the pressure, you're going to be able to stop it.
I did terrible in science. I guess that's why I was in political science major. I don't know. But you were talking some real technical jargon here, then you sound like you know what you're talking about.
But I flunked the 8th grade.
Which you got an education out. Listen, all right, so we're policymakers. Scott's a lawyer. He's got going in the courts. I'm a policymaker, Corporation Commission. What are you telling these folks out here, what these policymakers, me included, what we should be doing?
Monitor the wells. Each oil company has...
Who monitors the wells, the companies or the Corporation Commission?
In Osage County, the tribe does, okay?
All right, okay.
But for the state, each oil company has the resources to hire an employee and go to school for 6 weeks to learn what we know down at Wichita Falls, Texas.
How do we stop that behavior from what happened to your pipe that got sheared off like a...
The Corporation Commission needs to monitor... the hydrologist said it earlier. You don't know about the middle. You know about the bottom and you know about the top. You've got to build a history of these wells to know when it's going to happen.
All right, so what do we tell these folks, the lady that was up here earlier, with the catastrophic damage and the buildings in Edmond, the public buildings, what do we do now? We don't have time to do historic data.
The state, the Corporation Commission, has forced all the producers to reduce the amount of water injected and the pressure, except Sandridge quit last week.
Okay. Should I bring up Sandridge?
Well, I did because they refused to do so. Oil in Wyoming is...
Your Honor, no further questions.
Oil in Wyoming is $18 a barrel. In Kansas, it's $24. It's $32 here. You've got to inject that water to make oil. They spent $20 million doing that well. They got to get their money back. And you just can't shut them down. And they're our neighbors.
Well, are they really your neighbor?
Well, I tell you what, I don't want you to go anywhere. There's some people in line that got to leave. You circle on back, and a little bit later, we're going to come back to this because you have got my complete attention on this discussion. All right, sir? Come on forward, ma'am. I realize you got to leave. Is that right? What is are you Miss Griggs? Is that right? Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
My name is Lisa Griggs, and I live in Guthrie, Oklahoma. And I did sign your speaker
I got it
sheet
right
as
in
well.
front of me.
Thank you very much. I wanted to let you guys know that I had an engineering report for damage to my home that was over $75,000 worth of damage. The house was on its way to becoming uninhabitable.
Now, where is this?
In Guthrie.
In Guthrie. What
Yes.
part of Guthrie? Give me an image of where.
Lake Guthrie, south.
Gotcha.
Yeah, south of Guthrie. So I am in a rural area, which I've heard people saying it's okay to do damage in rural areas because not many people live there. I would agree with that. Anyway, my house was on its way to becoming uninhabitable. One of the toilets wasn't working because damage to the floor was causing it to leak. There was damage in the other bathroom, so the writing was on the wall. My house was going to become uninhabitable. I fortunately had earthquake insurance that I bought 2 years before because I used to live in California. I saw it coming. I bought earthquake insurance. My house, I have not been able to live in the house for 6 months while they were doing repairs to it. I just recently moved back in December. They are still doing repairs. There's contractors at my house today, still. And I have new earthquake damage to my house while they're doing the repairs.
Who's paying for the damage? Insurance company?
My insurance company, yes. My insurance company is paying for the damage. They're paying for my rent as I'm out of the house. They have been treating me very, very well.
Very good.
I've got to say that I've been pleased with my insurance company. But my concern is a lot of people, and many of my friends, don't have that advantage. They cannot afford the insurance. They can't afford the deductibles. Fortunately, my deductible was not that high, probably because I bought this real early on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have a friend whose insurance company is refusing to pay her claim because they say the earthquakes have not been big enough to cause damage. I would like to point out that mine has been cumulative. There's not one earthquake that does this.
Let me stop you there at least for a second. I heard last night from somebody, a structural engineer, and said they are going into uncharted territory. The cumulative, by the way, there was another earthquake in Edmond this morning. Anybody know that? Yes. Day by day by day, this doesn't stop, does it? Anyway, the cumulative effect of damage to your houses, I mean, Scott, what we don't know is if you have 20 or 30 or 40 continuous, a day after day of these quakes, and it's constantly rocking and rolling the homes, this is basically uncharted territory. I mean, we historically know that earthquakes are one catastrophic event, like the 1910 earthquake in San Francisco, right? But this is like a marathon of earthquakes. Is there anything provision in these insurance policies or anything we can do about that? I mean, is there any historical data that insurance companies are going to cover this sort of thing?
Well, first of all, I have a structural engineer that did the work in Arkansas and actually did the inspection on Lisa's home. What he tells me, and he was one of the expert witnesses in Arkansas, is that the constant shaking does have an effect on foundations and does have an effect on the home. So although last night we heard from somebody that disagreed with that, there are other structural engineers that say, yeah, that can happen. I want to say also that Lisa's damages are not limited to what her insurance company is paying her. She's also suffering market value loss right now because she's got to report all those damages whenever she goes to sell it. If she ever wants to sell it, she's currently in an earthquake area. So she is going to have market value damages as well as most of you that have damages, physical damages to your homes will have. Lisa, can I tell them what you're doing?
Yeah.
She's my client. She is a plaintiff in the Logan County class action case, and there are others with her, one from Choctaw. So she is actively getting involved, and I encourage you to go to stopthequakes.com and get active into the litigation. But Lisa, thank you for stepping up and being here today. Also, it's very important to note that she's gone through some health troubles, and she's here because she sees this as a very significant and important issue for not just her, but the entire state of Oklahoma.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Lisa,
Scott.
for coming.
I'd like to say one more thing. I think it's really important that the representatives know that the homeowners need help. We need some program to help the people who can't afford the insurance.
Who was going downstairs to knock on the governor's door? Did somebody going to do that for me?
Yeah, Angela will do it.
Okay.
All right,
believe me, I hear the voice. Okay, I hear
Thank
it.
you. And I appreciate this meeting. Thank you very much.
Next.
And I'm riding with her. My name is Jackie Dill, and I live in Payne County on the Logan-Payne County border. And I'm here today, and I wrote this out because I'm really, really upset about a lot of things. I'm one of the rural people that don't matter. You can cause an earthquake under my home. Anyway, my husband and I live in rural Payne County. We have 5 acres and a small home. We sold our farm about in 2005 and bought this smaller place. It's a rock house. It's one of the first houses out there. It's a landmark in the area, and that's one reason why we bought it, is to preserve it. We are on a fixed income. As far as insurance, we did not have earthquake insurance. I think I've been through this with you before. And what has happened is probably about, I think it was the one about 4 months ago, we've had so many earthquakes in that area, it's hard to keep track. But on one of the big ones, what happened was my front porch separated from my house, the rafters in my roof buckled, and my foundation is cracked. The rock walls are cracked up through a 2-inch cement window sill on all windows. This house has many windows. So this is the kind of damage that's happening in the rural area. I do not have earthquake insurance. I checked into it. It seems I have a problem because I have such catastrophic damage to my home with securing insurance. It won't cover what's already happened. So our plan is, if we have another big earthquake, is to leave the house before it comes down on us. And that's really what we're looking at right now.
Does that ring a bell with anybody?
And the other reason I'm here is because during this time, the Oklahoma Corporate Commission told Marjo Oil and Devon to turn down their injection wells in the Langston area. And so their response was they turned them up and started adding more and more fluid. This was right before the big one that broke the camel's back.
Now, when was the big one?
Oh.
Recent or?
You know, we've had quite a few 4.0s, and so it's really hard for me to distinguish. I've been so upset about this. I have a husband that's very ill and disabled and at home, and he is a shut-in. So I have that on top of all of this damage. But anyway, I want to know why, when they did that, why do we have a OCC? Why do we have one?
Well,
the word is they can't enforce anything.
Jackie, I'd like to know, are there any corporation commissioners here today? If I've missed you, please raise your hand if you're in the room. I don't see any.
Good. Do they have a door up here?
You know, Jackie, I think everybody hears your pain. The policymakers in this building have a responsibility to change the law, all right? And it's the people that stand here, there, and all of these seats that you sit in and across the rotunda. It is my hope, I'm only one of 149, okay? But it's you all that are going to get the law changed, not me. So keep coming and keep telling your representatives, write a handwritten letter. We're all, most of us, and I'm older than most in this room, use a pen and one of these letters and U.S. Postal Service and handwrite it. Write it to your corporation commissioners. There's only 3 of them. And let them know what you think, because they're terrified of this and this. Okay?
Okay. There's only one other thing that I'd like to add, that before I go knock on Mary's door, I hear that she has a panel put together and
What?
they're going to research
They're going what?
a panel of people put together to research above ground storage and processing of injection water. I am also here on the behalf of 3,500 wildcrafters in the state of Oklahoma. And we want her to know that she's taking our houses, but you can't have our land. And you can't have our heritage. And you can't take away what we've practiced for generations and generations. And I'm just going to end here. You know, I'm as old as the dirt, okay? And I'm in the winter of my years, and it's not me. It's our children and their children. And that's who's going to suffer. And this legislature that seems to ignore us, pretty soon they're going to suffer. They're going to suffer, because I will not be quiet. I will use my voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Dill from Guthrie. All right, you know, it's hard to second that act. Who are you and where are you from? And I think I saw you last night. But
I was there last night. Sarah Holbrook from Edmond. A spokesperson for the oil and gas industry was quoted in the Daily Oklahoman this morning as saying, if we were to have a moratorium, if we were to stop all wastewater injection immediately, the results would be worse for the earth instead of better. And he said there is science that supports that. So I would ask you, either of you, if you're aware of that particular science, and I would also challenge the oil and gas industry to publish that science. I personally am made to feel like I'm too stupid to understand the science, so I need to leave it up to all the experts, and I'm sure I wouldn't understand all of it, but I think that they need to be more open about publishing the science they keep talking about. It's very discouraging to me, and I'm sure to all the people in this room, to be told that this is such a long process, it's going to take such a long time, and that it can't be done immediately because it would make things worse. And Mary Fallin keeps saying that, and the Corporation Commission keeps telling us, this is such a long process, just be patient and let us handle it. And that is very discouraging. But are you aware of this science that says if you stop it, it would make it worse? To me, the corollary would be all states should be doing it because it's good for the earth.
Come on up here. All right, Scott, I'm going to interject. I'm going to put a pinch hitter in here, okay? Unless, come and answer that. Now I have Mr. Jackson. You want to answer that? Come on up here, but you answer it first.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Hey, Miss, I'm sorry, but could you come back up just in case I misunderstand anything? I've heard that. I have not seen any peer-reviewed studies to say that. I've asked them that very question. Give me your science. So far, I haven't seen it. The other element of, and I didn't read the Daily Oklahoman this morning, but the other element of your question was they said that a moratorium would basically kill the industry. That is an argument that's been made since I started the lawsuits in Prague, and I understand that argument to be if we don't have a place for the wastewater, then we can't drill and we'll leave Oklahoma and the state of Oklahoma will just fold. That was the argument made to Judge Ashwood in Lincoln County on the motion to dismiss, where they were saying, we don't want a jury, don't give this to a jury, this has to be decided by the Oklahoma Corporation Commission. So it's an economic argument that they're making in that regard.
Robert, come on up here a second. This is Robert Jackman. He claims to be a petroleum engineer or geologist, so we're going to let him prove that here. You want to answer that question? On the science from coming from the
By the way, I've known Bob for 2 years.
Here's who you are.
My name is Bob Jackman. I'm a professional geologist, and I'm a former oil and gas operator, and I'm a former member of OIPA. So I wear a lot of hats, and I can answer your question. That's wrong. Period. Let me elaborate. It didn't take me long to figure it out either. If what we need, let me encapsulate what's the real problem, is we don't want to buy insurance. We want to stop earthquakes, and we want to stop them tomorrow. And I thank this gentleman for putting on this, but there is something else. The governor does have the power to stop the earthquakes Tuesday morning next week.
You want to tell me about that?
Yeah. This is part of your ongoing education.
Yeah,
here.
it is. Go
okay.
ahead. I'm listening.
Governor Alfalfa Bill Murray called out the National Guard 47 times, okay, under the Constitution of the state of Oklahoma.
What, declare war in Texas?
Read your history.
I know the history. I know the history.
I have to educate these rookies. One of the times that he called out the National Guard was to shut in 3,000 oil wells. He did it overnight. The reason he did it for that purpose, which is different today, was because oil was selling for 25 cents a barrel, and he wanted to get the price up. So the governor has the authority Monday morning to call out the National Guard if the operators don't. But I'm not to answer your model that was put in the paper. Here's the model that we need, and it's very practical, is you need in the 10 county areas, I'm kind of like the cleanup batter here, I get to build on all the other experts that have been before me. In the 10 counties, it has been identified by the Corporation Commission and those of us who have watched this for a number of years now, there is approximately 200 bad boy disposal wells. These are super high volume, and they're injected at high pressure. Shut those down, put a moratorium on them, not the whole state, just on them. It's common sense. Everybody's reframing the issue. You just shut down those 200 for, let's say, 4 years, something like that, so we can go ahead and do the research. Now, in turn, what that's going to do, because one disposal well will service or take the brine water from about an average of 4 producing wells. So what that does is it shuts in 800 producing wells. Now, I worked the math out. What that does is it will curtail or diminish the oil production in Oklahoma 5 to 6% on a daily, monthly, so forth. But the other side of the equation is, and you represent the 20% of the population that is getting damaged by the earthquakes. So the equation is, do you stop 20% of the daily production and do you stop 5% of the production for a few years, and yet we stop the earthquakes damaging 20% of the population? That's the equation. That equation is simple, and Oklahoma Geological Survey and Oklahoma Corporation Commission knows it, and they have failed you.
All right. Bob, don't go away. Now, as a lawyer, sometimes, Scott, I don't get to choose my clients. It's just that way, right?
So I don't get to choose my lawyers either.
I can see this is going to go well. Okay. I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here. Okay. I'm not going to call out the National Guard. That's not going to happen. Come on. I'm an operator. I've been using injection wells for many years. The price of the commodity has fallen through the floor. Oil and gas commodity in Oklahoma is the lead economic driver of this state. What rational, now let's be fair now, and I get it. I mean, this is an industry that employs thousands and thousands. They've laid off thousands as well. Their concerns are they can't drill this commodity without these injection wells. How can you do this and drill for the commodity as well? in a rational way without destroying people's property.
Excuse me while I educate him.
I knew this wasn't going to go well.
There are 40 formations in the state of Oklahoma that produce oil and gas. The genesis of the earthquake problem is disposal wells handling the excessive water that Professor talked about that comes out of one formation. It's called the Mississippi Lime. It really throws out enormous quantities. So what we do, what's the common sense to do is restrict. You can drill on all other 39 of the formations, but stay out of the Mississippi Lime that throws out this huge amount of water. And again, we're only restricting one formation in 10 counties out of, there's roughly 60 counties that produce. So it's not a complete shutdown, period. And with the price of oil today, the drilling activity has virtually come to a screaming halt. So frankly, there isn't that much new capital being invested nor new jobs ongoing right now. We have a window of time here to stop the earthquakes. And I disagree with you. If we had a governor that had balls, they would call out the National Guard.
Well, you want more? No, I don't want any more out of you. Scott, that's a classic law school lesson. You never ask the question unless you know the answer. All right, young man, tell us who you are and who you're with.
Hi, my name is William Jones. I'm from Norman, Oklahoma, and I'm just here representing myself.
That's great. What do you got to say? What do you want to ask?
It's just a warning, really. I just want to remind everyone that in Cushing, Oklahoma, they are home to the largest oil tank storage facility in the nation. And at any time, this tank facility holds tens of millions of barrels of oil. Just this morning at 2 a.m., there was an earthquake, 3.2 magnitude in Perkins, not far away from Cushing. And earlier last year, or October last year, there was a 4.5 not far outside of Cushing. My warning to everyone is that if these earthquakes aren't dealt with soon, we might have a potential disaster on the scale of the Gulf spill, right there in Cushing, Oklahoma. So
Let's. That's a great point, young man. I want to ask. I should know better than asking questions, but I'm going to do it anyway. Come on back, sir. Come on back.
Just a minute. Let me get an article.
Oh, he wrote an article. That sounds pretty frightening, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to have him come. I want to ask. Okay, you're going to have. Go ahead. Go do what you're going to do. Come on.
That's a good point.
Currently, in current figures, I think yesterday, there's 64 million barrels in storage in Cushing. I wrote an article in Oklahoma Observer about this very subject. If this would happen, we would have the world's biggest great balls of fire. That thing would just cause a worldwide catastrophe. What is happening, if I can summarize this part of this, is that there has been the biggest bet ever made in the state of Oklahoma. I'm an oil man. I've been in the business for 40 years, but I totally disagree with their lack of common sense on this earthquake problem. We in the oil industry, Oklahoma Geological Survey, Oklahoma Corporation knew in 2011 exactly what was causing the earthquakes. But the industry has changed, and it is strictly a tyranny of money, and they suppressed it. And there has been a story that I outed in other papers, the suppression of information. Again, your question back to the Cushing thing. That should not happen. And also, the long story about insurance. If the Corporation Commission and the governor had done their job, you wouldn't need to buy any insurance, period. Now, the great bet that has been made, and this is it. The oil industry knows what's causing the earthquakes. They know they're causing them. Select number of disposal wells, and you've heard all the experts. Their bet is a catastrophe will not happen. They've made a bet with the devil on that, and you are going to be the victims of it. They will make some profit, and it's up to everybody here to go down and see the governor and make your voices hear. So, yes, great balls of fire. We don't want it to happen. They're making a bet it won't happen. But did you hear some subtle words from the professor about USGS scientists predicting that we could have a catastrophe quake here in Oklahoma? Then you look at the biggest earthquakes to see what it was. The biggest earthquake ever in the United States was in 1964 in Anchorage. It was a 9.4. It literally, it just leveled that whole area. An Army tank bounced straight up off the ground 4 feet. A number of people were killed. That's the bet they're making. Great balls of fire, they say it's not going to happen. You're hearing from scientists saying, look out, Oklahoma, unless you stop it next week, you are running that risk.
Thank you, Robert. Okay. Thank you. Let me have one more, and then you want to come on up. Folks, I understand there's a line forming, and I get it, but I think you'd all agree we are receiving some good information, are we not? So, yes, everybody that's in line, please be patient. We are going to hear from everybody that wants to. And by the way, young man, great point. Come on up here, sir. Introduce. Go ahead. And
you're making a really great point, and it flows into the federal lawsuit that we're working on to create moratorium areas and help control the pressures. It was McNamara that Bob is talking about that wrote a report last year about the Cushing issue and the worry that a 5.80 could be coming. I represent the Sierra Club, and the Sierra Club is the plaintiff in the federal lawsuit that's designed to try to curb this behavior. With us is Johnson Bridgewater, my client, who is president of the Sierra Club, that can talk a little bit, the director, that can address some of your concerns.
Hi, everybody. I want to talk about the lawsuit briefly because it's important to understand the only comments that we've seen in the press stated that we were out to ruin the oil and gas industry with our lawsuit. I want to be very clear on what this lawsuit is seeking to do. It is a federal lawsuit using federal law called the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. It is revolving around the fact that this is waste that's being injected into the ground. Be very clear on that. We're asking for 3 specific things related to this lawsuit: an immediate and substantial reduction in the amount of the production waste being injected into the ground at all levels. We want vulnerable structures, which people are speaking about right now, specifically the biggest concern, the storage facilities and the thousands of miles of pipeline. None of that was built to earthquake standards. So think about that. And as much as they like to tout this number of 900 earthquakes, that was 900 3.0 plus. We have had 18,000 earthquakes in the last 5 years. So let that number sink in. So that is what the lawsuit is about. And again, it is a federal lawsuit. This is not about going out to destroy the oil and gas industry. And related to that, I want to be very clear, the time for study is long past. You're welcome to all of this information. It is on the Oklahoma Sierra Club's website. We have very specific documentation linking the faults to the injection operations. This is not accidental. This is scientific basis.
You give it to us.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Hang on, we got a bunch of, everybody don't go anywhere. You got a whole lineup here full of lawyers and experts. Ma'am, who are you? And don't go away.
My name is Dana Johnson, and I live in Hara. And this issue is a lot bigger than the very big issue of the earthquakes. When I started looking into this a month ago, I was shocked at what I found. That the state of Oklahoma are losing our constitutional rights to save the oil company. And I'm not going to stand for it. Now, first of all, a lot of our news people, they don't say anything about the tons of chemicals that is used in those wells. And people all over the United States are fighting the oil companies because they're losing their water. Their children are dying. They cannot grow crops. They can't do anything. They are not going to destroy our state. And we used to have the right in our counties. We could have bound them ourselves. But Mary Fallin, she took the law into her own hands, which does not belong to her. And she took our legal rights away from us. And I call for legislation to get her butt out of office and give our rights back. Now, that's not all, though. Oh, there's more. There is so much more. The Oklahoma Corporation Committee is exactly what those words stand for. In their promise, they say that they will do the good for the communities, for the environment, and all of that. They've had 5 years, and we hear the same story every night on the news that they've told 5 years ago. They need to lose their jobs. I want legislation to get their butts out.
Wow.
Then there's even more, unfortunately.
Go ahead. That's what this is for. Let it fly.
I'm going to. Okay. Then we have our children that are in schools that are gas heated. And not in 5 years has Mary Fallin not one time said anything about those gas lines have to be changed over to earthquake. Not one time. So when she says that it's the commission's business to take care of this state, somebody needs to get her out of office, legislation, because this is her responsibility. I could write a letter to the tax collector and tell them Joe Blow is responsible for my house taxes. You know what they do? They throw it in the trash. She is the ultimate responsible person for this state.
Well, I have to agree with you.
Yeah. And somebody has to hold her accountable.
You all have to hold her accountable. You all, right here.
Yeah, but the laws have to be made. We have to depend on the people we voted for. And unfortunately, we're busy. We've all got jobs. We've all got things. And I'm a shut-in.
That's right.
I've got disabilities. And every time my house even shimmers, which it does it for like 12 to 14 hours at a time, I feel it. People with disabilities, especially mentally challenged children, are going through hell while Mary Fallin, the commission, and the oil companies are all doing their part to get rich. Well, not on my dime. If I don't have the right to vote about what happens in my county, in my town, the state cannot have my dime.
If I might, ma'am, your name again?
Dana Johnson.
Yes, Miss Johnson.
I want everybody to hear that.
We
and
heard
don't forget, because I'm not going away either.
And I hope you don't. But let me clarify. I think I know what you're talking about. Senate Bill 809 was voted on last session. And, ma'am, the people that represent Hara, I think, voted for that bill. I'm almost certain of it.
I did leave something out. Anybody that didn't get a chance to vote and their mayors and other people voted for it anyway, they need to go too. Because we should have been told that we were losing our rights.
By the way, I want you to know that this representative voted against that bill. Anyway, Ms. Johnson, we hear you very loud and clear. Okay? No, you're fine. No, that's all right. They scream at me all the time. By the way, folks, I have found someone that's louder than I am. Anyway, Ms. Johnson, thank you for coming. Obviously, it took great effort to be, but I'm going to give credit for one place that's due, a little sidelight. We're doing a lot of bashing here. I want to give Jeff, if you're watching on the internet, I called Speaker Jeff Hickman last night, who's in charge of this building and this whole House of Representatives. And I asked Jeffrey, because of the crowd that showed up in Edmond, if we could have use of the House of Representatives chamber here today. And I'm not of the same party as Speaker Hickman, and he was gracious enough to grant me that ability. So let's give a little kudos to... Anyway, Ms. Johnson, one last thing. You want to yell at me? Well, that's fine, believe me.
No yelling.
That's okay.
I do think that all the wells should be shut down. They shouldn't be allowed to be putting poison in our earth. And they do it not only in injection wells, they do it to start that when they put that sand in there, it's like a cloud of smoke. It gets all over their trucks. It blows for a mile, maybe two.
Do me a favor then. You and everybody in this room, please yell at your representatives and senators too. Write them letters, knock on their doors, camp out on their lawns. I don't care what it is. Your energy, the effort, and loud voices will change public policy. You all can do that, and it sounds like you have the motivation to do it.
Well, what I would like to know is how do we get legislators to do impeachment? They're collecting our money, they're getting paid, but they're not working for us. Thank all the lawyers, by the way, for stepping up.
Talk to Mr. Pointer over there.
Is that what we're going to have to do? Do a statewide?
There's an initiative. I'm not going to get into the law, but I think if you do, and it looks like you're a good researcher, by the way. There's initiative petitions that the populist Constitution, which was created 100 years ago, you have certain rights within that Constitution. Read it, and there are procedures in there that give you that ability.
But they did say that the legislation is the one that...
And that would be us. So I assure you I'll bring something. But I'm going to ask you to kind of step aside, and maybe you and I can talk afterwards about that legislation, okay? That's all right. Okay, next. You're fine. You did great. Yes, ma'am. Who are you? Where are you from? And
my name is Nina Tobin, and I live in Logan County, southern Logan County. And my story is about 40 years ago, I moved from Oklahoma City to Logan County to be out in the country, and we built a house and everything. Everything was great. I have a Pullman ceiling in my bedroom and everything. But about 4 years ago, they drilled a well catty-cornered from my 5 acres. After that, we started having earthquakes all the time. And now I have cracks all in every corner of my Pullman ceiling. And you can't tell me that's not causing it, because never before did I have any.
well, let me ask the expert. By the way, I got to say something about the Sierra Club. You know, the ballot box is really where you solve a lot of these problems. But in any event, the Sierra Club has been pictured in Oklahoma as one of those, activist organizations. Outside activist organizations. In this body in particular, you are not very well, you're not very popular here in this particular hall. What will you say to the Sierra Club about their efforts to protect your property? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, you know, I mean, I don't know all about this, but all I know is about my house and where I live. And I know I have friends that have little bitty kids. They wake up at night crying at night because it scares them to death when they have an earthquake.
Yep, okay, that about...
And something's wrong there. My kids are grown, and I have grandchildren. My kids never woke up at night because there wasn't any earthquakes back then.
I agree with you. All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you coming and letting that know.
I've got about just 2 minutes.
We're going to ask your question, but we're going to let you finish. You had a couple comments you wanted to make first, okay?
Yeah, I think Dana had seen my talk today because she basically had the same list that I'm here to speak about. Bottom line is, democracy on this issue seems to be broken in our state. The elected leader of our state, Governor Fallin, has completely ignored the public on this issue. She's ignored signature petitions that were hand-delivered by multiple groups to her office to meet with her. No meetings have taken place. Her Coordinating Council on Seismicity is closed to the public. Not only that, it is composed almost half of the members from the oil and gas industry with no public representatives and no environmental representatives. We also know that the Oklahoma Geological Survey was pressured unduly by oil and gas industry not to talk about the full impact of the earthquake situation. We also know right now OGS does not even have a seismologist on staff. This has already been mentioned. Instead of dealing with the earthquake issue last session, SB 809 was passed, which is now a law preventing, even if your community's mayors and city councils wanted to stop the fracking and the injection, they wouldn't be able to now because of the new law that has taken effect. Sandridge Energy, which, keep this in mind, they are the largest, they're responsible for the largest volume of injection. They have categorically refused to listen to the OCC's order, so the organization injecting the greatest amount of fluid into the ground has been running nonstop despite the efforts of the OCC. We also know that the EPA audited the OCC in September of 2015, and in their audit, they listed two specific things. They felt there were problems with the data system and the efforts being implemented by OCC related to the earthquakes. They also felt there were problems with how they were dealing with protection of the underground sources of drinking water. I want to make no mistake, the reason we have not seen a moratorium is simply about dollars being more valuable than the public safety.
All right, thank you. Don't go away, because just like Mr. Jackman, if I have to be educated, I want somebody that knows more than I do standing next to me. All right, sir, go ahead.
I'm Frank Reed. I'm from Oklahoma City. I was too young to remember it, but I've read it. In the 50s, there was a prediction that in about the 70s, there would be a thing called peak oil.
Speak just a little bit louder, okay?
Or closer. There would be in the 70s an event called peak oil when there would be, that would be the peak of oil production, and that it would slowly tail off, and then whatever the consequences were would take place. In fact, it didn't happen, and the oil industry, the petroleum industry, is quite proud of the fact that, quite rightly in a way, that it actually overcame the technical issues. Hydraulic fracturing, horizontal boring, and all the other techniques that it's used, they've actually boosted production. And who knows, obviously there will be a peak at some point. The earth is finite. What I always grow weary of, though, is when I hear statements that we can't do anything else but put this water back in the ground, or whatever it is that has to take place to get the oil out of the ground, when those industries put all their resources and all their ingenuity and their engineers and scientists to overcoming that problem, but they're not prepared or willing, or say they can't solve the problem that they're creating by bringing that water out of the ground. And I think it's very disingenuous of them to say these are insoluble problems. You can't bring this oil out and say part of the package is that you have to deal with the consequences. You can't turn the whole state into a Superfund site just because you can't technically tackle it, because technically there is nothing that these people can't overcome. The theys will find a way, but the money is not there. The money is not there on their side. So that's my question.
Thank you. We're going to go let it go aside. We have a young lady behind you that's carrying a precious cargo. Thank you, sir, by the way. Appreciate your comments.
Hi, my name is Emily Pope, and his name is Hunter Pope, and we live in Edmond. And we just moved there about 4 months ago, so right before he was born. My husband started a new job. We were really excited to move into our new house, but we had no idea that we were moving into a huge earthquake zone. And frankly, like if we had known that, we probably would not have accepted the job out here, and we probably would not have bought a brand new house out here. And I mean, those are property tax dollars that you would have been missing out on. And I can just imagine the number of people who are choosing right now not to move their families here. And that's a huge loss.
Well,
for the
I'll tell you
state.
just a brief anecdote, which is unbelievable. 2 weeks ago, this past Tuesday, was the 4.2 in Edmond, right? That very day, I had 2 separate calls from purchasers that were going to buy homes in excess of $350,000 in Edmond. They were in Edmond that night. Closing was the next day. They were staying in a hotel. They turned around and went back to Missouri, and neither family or couples purchased those 2 homes because of that quake. The economic impact of this behavior, you just pointed it out.
Yeah, exactly. Also, and so on New Year's Day, I was changing his diaper at 5 in the morning, and his whole room starts shaking.
Where in Edmond do you live exactly?
Griffin Park Edition.
Where's that?
Over by 175th.
So you're up there a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And we had enough. And so my husband and I, we took out our laptops, we wrote letters to everyone, and we started a Facebook page called Stop Oklahoma's Earthquakes. Within the space of a week and a half, we had over 500 likes, and we created an event for this public hearing that was shared dozens of times. And so I was just so glad to hear that we weren't alone.
You're not alone.
Yeah. And we moved from Maryland, actually, and I grew up in Maryland, spent my whole life in Maryland. People in Maryland don't put up with this, right? So in Maryland, when people trash the Chesapeake Bay, we prosecute them. And so I am just completely in awe over the fact that people have not been prosecuted yet, and I think it's time for that to change.
Take care of Hunter the best you can for us, all right? All right, listen, come on up, ma'am. You've been waiting a long time, and then I'm going to go to the tribes here for a second. Just one more, and then we'll go that way, okay? You guys can hang on, I'm sure.
Camilla Dallas, Pawnee County. A few weeks ago, I sent a packet to the Sierra Club and Mr. Pointer on this new experimental dewatering system. I have information here that they, in their own words, they admit it is experimental. What they're doing, they're creating massive amounts of water with their injection system. It says that they're creating a pressure sink. And what they're doing is forcing all the resources and water, and it says they're in the Mississippi and the Red Fork. They're forcing these amounts of water with all of our underlying resources out from under our land in a huge area toward a production area that we will not profit from. Some of our people in our area are getting $3 a month, $7 a month, and they call that fair and just compensation. But my question is, when they're injecting massive amounts, and they say they're doing 1 well a week, and they have 70 wells in Pawnee County, over 40,000 acres in March of last year was the estimate. When they're forcing this water through the strata and the formations, what is that doing to the stability underground?
Or Mr. Jackson, one or the other. You want to introduce yourself again, Bob, but I won't ask any more Alfalfa Bill Murray questions.
That's called enhanced recovery, oil recovery. Flood, we've done those for 40, 50 years in Oklahoma. They're usually shallower, and they are not destructive. I don't know. There's probably been some cases, but my opinion, without seeing, and I caution that I'm reserving here, but without seeing the geological logs, seeing the volumes, generally that is not a destructive process to the surface, to the homes and to the water lines and et cetera in the surface. Generally, if it's done correctly, professionally, with really good engineers.
They say they need 1 disposal well for every 10 wells, and they're planning to put in massive numbers of wells and disposal wells.
Well,
and they understand this is the opposite of the floodplain.
The actual position of it in floodplain, the disposal wells will be very deep, much deeper probably, and I'm estimating in that area probably 6,000 to 8,000 feet deep or deeper, okay? The caution I give you, though, is to check at the volumes that they're going to, and this gets to the heart of this whole meeting. Remember, the high volume, high pressured disposal wells are the cause. If those wells, and there was a dewatering program that triggered the very beginning of this problem over at Jones, Oklahoma in 2009. And that was a dewatering program where the operator just said, heck with being conservative, and he had one particular well that was taking 100,000 barrels a day. By the way, that well's name was Deep Throat. It's not funny, but that was the deal. So there are some cautions. Generally, though, and I'd be glad if you've got the logs and the details, see me over here. I'll do a quick look on it for you. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I tell you what, before we go back, because I want to talk about that again, ma'am, why don't you come to the microphone, tell us who you are. She's been very patient. Tell us who you are and tell us what you need to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judy, Banca, Abadi. Mashte Banca, Banca City, Oklahoma. Wiblaham. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you to all of you for being here on this day. My colonized name is Casey Camp Hornick. I'm a member of the Ponca Nation in north central Oklahoma. I'm a representative on my Ponca Business Committee. We're a sovereign nation, one of 39 federally recognized tribes here in Oklahoma. I recently returned from the United Nations Conference on Climate Change, where I served as an expert witness there, because we in the north central portion of Oklahoma are considered a sacrifice zone if one looks globally at what's going on with the indigenous people. We are grateful for Representative Morissette's interest here, as well as Representative Williams and this incredible assistant that they have here putting things together. And we're grateful for the Sierra Club. We're grateful for the lawyers here and for each individual that is coming here to speak on behalf of the 7 generations to come. What we do here on this day will have a lasting impact on what happens to our Mother, the Earth, that has a right to exist within her own life, that she herself is the purpose that gives us life. If one considers that one woke up this morning and drank water, that's a sacred act. That's an act of prayer. If one considers that one ate this morning of something that grew from the earth, that sustains life, that's a sacred act that is happening. If one considers that one breathes and shares that life, then that's a sacred act. What is happening within the extractive industry is not sustaining life on earth. And it is the reason that this wonderful person over here has brought these 2 young people to remind us of why we're here. It's the reason the mother from Maryland brought her baby here today, to remind us. Because we're talking about physical structures here right now when we should be talking about life itself. We're talking about an unsustainable economy that Mary Fallin has entered into this terrible covenant with the oil and gas people. Gas and oil itself is a finite commodity. At the very most, it will last into the 2050s. So the transitional period should have been in place long, long, long ago. And in the United Nations, that is a recognized fact. In Oklahoma, it is something that is glossed over because it's called economy. The oil and gas industry actually owes us a just transition into sustainable energies. And I mean that in a true moral fashion, and I also mean it in terms of our economic impact that we're having as people with them. Why are they getting the money to sustain their lives when we don't have the money to pay for our insurance? Why do we consider insurance a matter of necessity when in fact it's the water that is the necessity of life? Why is it that we allow up to 8 million gallons of water to go into every fracked well? Up to 8 million gallons of sacred fresh water to go into every fracked well when we're in a drought? Why is it that we're allowing them to say what is correct and how we conduct our lives? Why is not the money that goes into their subsidies and their taxes feeding back into the healing of these injection wells? We believe we have some answers. I represent the Ponca Nation of Oklahoma, and when we talk about sitting on top of pipelines, the hundreds of thousands of miles of pipelines, including those coming from Canada called Keystone and Keystone XL, well, that is doing no good for any of us. It's going to fuel China with the worst possible sense of morality as far as the environment goes. We are sitting on pipelines. Google it. Google pipelines. We're like this in the red of pipelines. Google the earthquakes and where they are. None of these are sustainable things. It is going to happen. We're sitting on time bombs as we speak. When we talk about the methane gas that escapes from these particular wells, the flaring that you see everywhere is also feeding into the greenhouse gases, which is causing us to have the hottest times. When we have to talk about when the climate change is happening, then we have to talk about what happened in Edmond with those huge tornadoes coming through there. This was not the norm. It is the norm because of the extractive industry and what it's doing to the air itself. It is the norm because those tornadoes are only going to get bigger because we allow methane gas, we allow ConocoPhillips, we allow those extractive industries to continue to do what it is that they're doing. And by we, I mean me, I mean you, I mean our representatives, I mean Mary Fallin. It is time that we reclaim not what is resources, but what is sacred, life itself. When we talk about the extractive industry and its passes, what happens here, did you all see what happened down in Chickasha the other day? Did you see those explosions? That was from injection wells. When you talk about the chemicals that go into that water is never reusable again. It's not just salt water. There's 500 different chemicals that is put into that. That water is never going to be able to be used again. What about these little girls? What about that baby? What about my great-grandchildren? And yours? Those are the ones that we're standing here today for. That water cannot be replaced. We have to hold them responsible for creating renewable ways for us to live. You have to call OG&E. You have to call every one of them and say, I want to switch to wind energy today. And everybody do it every day. We have to remember to recycle. We have to remember to do all of those things. But more than anything else, we have to understand what is sacred. It's not having enough insurance to pay for a home, folks. We live here on earth. We have to have water. We have to have air to breathe. The farmers have to be able to grow their crops for the rest of us to be able to eat, because none of us are into gardening as much as we ought to be. We in northern Oklahoma are in imminent danger because of the pipelines. We're already considered a sacrifice zone up there around Ponca City, Oklahoma, because the air, water, and earth is polluted to such a degree that we may not be able to exist much longer. We of the Ponca Nation originally come from Nebraska. We've been reduced to 500. And now we're in the process of environmental genocide. And you, our neighbors, are beginning to understand that. So we have a little bit of a solution that we're going to offer to you. We know that we were told that there's a law that the municipalities can't pass the moratoriums.
Passed it last year, Senate Bill 809.
Well, I'm a sovereign nation. I can.
Well, that answered that, didn't it?
My tribe is working on that right now. Right before I went to the United Nations Conference on Climate Change in November, I took a resolution from the Pawnee Nation because of the impact of the earthquakes that are there. That resolution passed a moratorium on earthquakes within the sovereign territory of the Pawnee Nation to protect the water and to protect our neighbors. So we need your help as well. We have a Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that was passed in 2007 at the United Nations level. It has been signed on as recently as 2011 by the United States. One of the tenets of that, in Article 37, is the right to free, prior, and informed consent for anything that comes into our territories. Well, these injection wells didn't have my permission to come. These oil wells don't do anything except pollute my future generations. Mary Fallin can drink her tea with her party, but she doesn't represent me. So what I'm suggesting to you, that this federal lawsuit, the EPA has to work with Native Americans, with the indigenous people on a government-to-government basis. And they're going to have a meeting here, Region 6 is, in April, in conjunction with the Urban Planning League of Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma. And we're going to, at that time, start bringing more of these resolutions. I'm going to be working within the 6 nations in north central Oklahoma. And we're going to bring these resolutions to the EPA, to the federal government, as well as to the state itself. And we're going to be able to help you. And we need you to help us in holding us up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Powerful presentation. Thank you. All right, we're going to, hang on, so we're going to thank you. Powerful presentation. We're going to do something, we're going to lighten this up just a bit before I do that, and I apologize to my guys that are standing, but I promise you, we're going to do something light here. Travis is upstairs with his camera. We are going to take a group picture of all of you here today. Those of you in the gallery may not be in it. If you want to come down and stand on the floor, you're welcome to, because this is your house, this is your building, and we need to memorialize through a photograph the people that are here today. And if you'll give me your addresses and phone numbers and all of that, I'll see what I can do to make sure you get a copy of this photograph. So if you all just kind of look real nice, look up at Travis. Are you up there? All right, let's get back to business, folks. Like I said, we don't, in my law practice, I never take lunch because time, Scott, is something we can't replace, is it? And so we are going to plow through this. I really should probably sue the people that Energizer Bunny, the battery people, because they basically stole that from me. So I should get them for patent infringement. All right, let's get back to business, sir. Reintroduce yourself, and let's get back to the science of what you were talking about.
Richard Dollar, Tulsa, Oklahoma, sflwell.com. What brought me forward again was not necessarily an advocate for the oil companies, but the lady with the loud voice was talking about the water, Miss Johnson. And then Casey spoke about our water. Our water is our most valuable resource. And with Mr. Jackman's help, I wish to educate, or not educate, but to inform everybody of exactly our water tables and the rules by the state as to the surface casing that protects those zones. Our equipment that we use when we shoot nitrogen down the hole can detect a hole 1/16 of an inch at 15,000 feet.
How in the world can you do that? That's unbelievable.
The Echometer company out of Wichita Falls, Texas, has developed this over 30 years. It's all computerized. And I do the grunt work, and Jim does the smart work. But we get it done.
You could detect a hole 1/16 of an inch wide.
A pinhole in a casing.
30. How deep?
15,000 feet, or to the flood level.
Wow.
We can't go below the flood level.
Okay.
Kind of like a reverse fish locator.
Okay.
Okay. But I'd like to read you something that the State Corporation Commission has, and then Brother Jackman here will talk about that further, I hope. Notice of mechanical integrity problems. Notice of mechanical failure or downhole problem. When a mechanical problem occurs, then A, the well operator shall notify the field inspector for the conservation within 24 hours after discovery of the problem. B, within 5 days after discovery of the problem, the well operator shall submit to the manager of the underground injection control written notice of the failure and plan to repair or retreat the well. C, repair shall be reported on the annual Form 1012 for the well. D, any operator failing to timely notify the commission may be fined up to $1,500. Our wells on these injection wells, the Arbuckle is anywhere from 8 to 15,000 foot deep. Our water tables are 140 to 300 foot. The surface casing has to be 200 foot below the lowest water table, which is cement on the backside of the casing. So, and the injection water goes down hole. It doesn't come up hole. We fill trimmers, but the water's going down to the granite.
We're getting a descent over here on my right, your left, right here. We're going to...
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you share the microphone. We're going to have a little debate
Okay,
here.
water's
so
just like air. Does the air migrate and the wind blow? Does the water migrate and move? Or is it, once it's in place, it's just going to sit there? No.
All right.
I will have to let the geologist take care of that. He knows it.
It's common sense.
Well, I don't know. I'm a layman.
Bob, go ahead. Finish your thought, and we'll come back to it. Let me ask. Where are you going?
Is that our water tables that we drink from are safe unless the casing gives out on the well and the water mitigates to those. Now, in the old days in Okmulgee County, producers would go out at night and drill a 600-foot well. And if they had oil, they went to courthouse the next day and they got a lease. If they didn't, they went off and left the hole. There is no ground source water to drink in Okmulgee County, which is Beggs, Oklahoma. All the water tables are messed up. But our other water tables and our aquifers that the water comes from are protected, and the Corporation Commission realizes that, and they protect them well. I do not know if the water going to 12,000 foot, like Ms. Casey says, goes back up. That's a geologist.
Yeah, let's address that issue. Bob, you're up.
No.
No what?
It doesn't go back up. The water that is injected into the disposal wells, as you said, may go anywhere from 4 to 18,000 feet deep. Generally, the literature doesn't tell me of any case where the water has recirculated back up in the surface after it has been placed in the bottom. Now, there would be cases where a pipe would leak and it would come back up. There's a bigger question of what you're bringing up or there's a bigger scenario, and I want to address that, is that we need more tests, more data, and et cetera, to understand all the finite nuances of this problem. Let's not fall in the trap of what OCC has done for the last 6 years. They have used the excuse of we need more studies, and actually it's a denial, and it's a way to just stall the whole problem. So let's not get into that trap. There are exceptions to what you're talking about, but generally I have never ran into a situation yet, and I leave that door open, yet where disposed water has come back up to the surface unless the casing was broke, and I have seen that case. Okay? Does that answer your question?
We've had 4 fish kills where I live, and whether the water is always making it down into that area, because where the fracking occurs is not at that area. Yes, they are. Fracking and injection wells are 2 different things, but they both involve the use of water and what happens to the resulting streams, ponds, and aquifers. And they get poisoned. It's it may not be 100%.
I'll jump in a minute. Yes, there have been aquifers, there have been water tables in many parts of Oklahoma, especially the counties like Creek County, Seminole, Osage, and etc., that those waters have been polluted by oil and gas activities. The Corporation Commission has not done a good job, period. But then we can't blame the bureaucrats. They're underfunded, underpaid. We have to blame this mantra that this state has had is the less government is the best government, and you've got it. You've got the end results of it. You've got polluted waters.
Well, Robert, let me just stop you right there. And like I said, we're going to let everybody speak, and we're going to go all day if people have that kind of patience, because I do.
I think I'm through.
I'm old enough to remember Watergate, and the old adage in Watergate was follow the money. And here at the Capitol, the greatest thing, or the most important thing we do, rather, is passing the state budget. And we are hearing from my friends on the right that it's all of the problem with the commodity pricings that is low, the low price of oil and gas is causing our budget pressure of over $1 billion. By the way, in my opinion, my humble opinion, it's up to $1.5 billion. And I heard on the radio today by one of my colleagues over on the rotunda on the other side, a senator from Tulsa, that, oh, well, it's because of Saudi Arabia. And okay, great, fine, thank you very much. But we have needs in this state, and I have to tell you, in fairness, the Corporation Commission budget for this type of inspectors and experts and go on down the line is so low that they cannot really do what is legally their function to do. Because why? We in this body, the Senate and the governor, keep cutting this budget, not through the fat, but through the bone. And that is the result of this crazy mantra about, look, no one wants to pay higher taxes. No one wants excessive government. We need zero-based budgeting. But there comes a point, the breaking point in society, where the quality of life begins to suffer. And I think I'm seeing this here today. All right, next up on the batting line. You, sir, tell me who you are, where you're from, and if you represent anybody.
Okay, I'm Samuel Allen Collette. I live in Mays County.
Speak up. You got to get that microphone real close.
I said I'm Samuel Allen Collette. I live in Mays County, Oklahoma. I've been in the oil industry since 1975. And the average epicenter or the earthquake at 15,000 feet. We have some that are 25,000 feet. We had 2 at 40,000 feet.
Speak up now, right in that microphone.
I said we had 2 40,000 feet not a month ago. Oklahoma better wake up. And we need to stop injecting until we get enough data to see what's going on.
All right, very good.
I'm in the industry.
All right, very good. Mr. Pointer has to leave. I promised him he could have at least one word before you head back to the Razorback State. Is that right?
Really, thank you a lot.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you inviting me here. A lot of questions about what to do, what we're doing. The easiest way to find out about what we're working on is go to stopthequakes.com. I'm going to start posting the letters of intent to sue, the lawsuits and things that are out there. There's an input screen on there if you want to interact with me or whatever you want to do. If you have questions, just post it on there. But that's stopthequakes.com. Thank you very much.
Scott, thank you. All right. All right, sir. Thank you. State your name, where you're from, if you represent anybody.
My name is Will Hollander. I'm from Oklahoma City in District 84. And I grew up and I was an Eagle Scout, and am an Eagle Scout, I guess I should say. And we were taught to take only pictures and leave only footprints. And respect the nature that is all around us. Well, it seems to me like these oil companies are taking a lot more than pictures. They're taking our homes, and a lot of legislators are vilified if they go up against the big oil companies. And any financial person would tell you that you need to diversify with your funds, and it's time for Oklahoma to diversify in its energy sector.
All right, sir, state your name, where you're from, you represent anybody.
Ed Henshaw, Vian. Represent no organization. My wife says I'm completely disorganized. So.
Okay.
To refute the claim that injection wells do not contaminate upper aquifers, I've seen it. It happened in this state, and the Atomic Energy Commission denied the use of this well, this injection well. It was in the early 70s. The well was used anyway. The state of Oklahoma, the state health department, took it upon themselves to license the well, let them use the well. The waste surfaced in a surface stream. The AEC's contention was that a fault could act both as a barrier or a conduit for these fluids.
Now explain that. What do you mean by that?
I mean that when you inject the fluids, the fault could stop the migration of these fluids, or the fault could actually act as a pipeline for it to come to the surface. This actually happened. When they used the well, it came up the fault, surfaced, and that's documented. So there is evidence that there is upper aquifer contamination from these wells. And I'll be happy to share that information with anyone who wants it. But my main concern in this situation is, well, not my main concern, but one of my main concerns is the importation of all of these wastes we're bringing in from other states.
Be specific. Tell us which states you believe they're coming in from.
I know they're coming in from Arkansas.
Now, Vian sits on the...
Interstate 40, just west of the Arkansas line, about
where it is now.
40 miles.
Absolutely.
Okay, I would travel 18 miles to Sallisaw, going east, meeting truck after semi-truck after semi-truck after semi-truck
and they're coming
of these oil field wastes coming from Arkansas.
And that's going on currently, correct?
It is, but it has abated since we had a meeting with the Corporation Commission. It has slowed down considerably.
When was that meeting? When did you have that meeting?
They were trying to license a well in Vian across from the elementary school, and an injection well. And I brought this to their attention about the former injection well, how it had surfaced, and the information we have on it. So I don't know why the well never materialized, but it didn't, and we're happy for that. But the other states have limited injection of their waste, and if it's monetarily feasible to run these wastes from other states in here, there's something wrong. It costs
something wrong, isn't there?
There's something definitely wrong. It costs a lot of money to truck all of these wastes in. But my main concern with those wastes is not the oil field waste. It's one of my questions to the Corporation Commission at this meeting at Vian was, what constituents are in this waste that's coming in. And they said, well, the oil companies say it's proprietary. They won't report it. They won't tell us because they have chemicals in there that are proprietary and they don't have to report it. So I said, so no one's monitoring what's coming in? And he said, no, there are no requirements for them to sample this waste and tell us what's coming in.
You're basically telling us there is either no administrative rule or statute in law that requires them to do it.
That's exactly what Mr. Skinner told us.
Mr. Skinner told you that?
Yes, sir. Now, what worries me there is the possibility that toxic and hazardous wastes are being bootlegged into this state.
No.
Along with the oil field
You're
waste
kidding me.
because of no monitoring. So,
Bootleg, you believe that?
yes, sir.
So do I.
It does not. It would not surprise. From what I've seen.
Who is? Let me ask you this. I used to know Bud Smithson over there. Who's your state rep and who's your state senator over there?
John Bennett is the state representative. I'm sorry, Ed Canada is my state representative.
It's right over there, yes.
Yes. John is from Salisaw.
Right.
And
have you informed either one of these two gentlemen of your concerns?
John actually helped us. Well, Ed was at the meeting at Vian. Ed Canada was there. Senator Wilson is the one who hosted the meeting. Bud was not there. Senator Allen was not there.
How many citizens were there?
Probably 50.
50?
Yes, it was a good crowd
Large
for
crowd
Vian.
for Vian, isn't it?
It is.
That's what I thought.
There was a traffic jam, major traffic jam for the meeting. But in rural areas, I want to voice my opinion there, too.
Did you
Rural
drive here
areas
today
do.
from Vian?
Yes, sir. We did. My wife and I are both
Where's
here
your wife?
today.
Raise your hand. There you are. Thank you for coming, driving all the way from
I want to thank you and and Representative
Corey Williams,
both, and the officials that did show up. And I think the ones who didn't show up should also hear from us.
I think their absence is loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, ma'am, very much. Okay. Appreciate your very powerful statement. We appreciate you coming. Thank you. All right, young man.
Good afternoon.
You are?
First name Adam.
Okay.
And my representative is, I believe, Murphy, around Arcadia, rather.
Of Logan County, correct. Jason.
So I live in around South Logan County. Speaking today to voice my concerns that I have regarding the response from the Oklahoma government, both the OCC.
Put your microphone closer.
Both the OCC as well as legislature. And it's not only important for my home, which has had damage to it, cracked slab, cracked brick, cracked wall, sheetrock, stone fell off a 16-foot fireplace from the top.
From in the inside of your living room?
We have a stone
And when did this
fireplace.
occur?
It was actually, I believe, from the earthquake in June. We had
Okay.
a 4.5 about a mile away from my house. I have kind of taken I'm in the math and engineering field, not related to oil, but I did a lot of analysis, and I'm easily able to filter, show me all earthquakes within 1 mile of my house, 2 miles of my house, and so forth. And I've done that, and I've also learned that you can feel them as low as 1.9. A lot of people discount that and say, oh, you can't even feel anything over a 3. Most of you guys...
Let me just stop you right there when you continue. My understanding is the folks in Edmond that maybe about 2 years ago, there was a tremble of 1.9, maybe 2, and that was really a horrific event at that time. Now they're becoming so common and so regular that at 2.0, it's just like, hey, that was a small one. Is that accurate?
That's exactly right. And what I, have a big problem with is a lot of the citizens of Oklahoma, if you're not close to these swarm areas, you have no business giving your opinion. I mean, I have coworkers who, oh, you're just making a mountain out of a molehill and all this, and then I say
disbelief of what you're saying.
Yeah, and they came from other areas like California, and they say, oh, these are nothing. But then I ask them how many they've felt, and they can count them on one hand. And I have felt, I've got it written down. Let's see.
Loud and clear now.
Yeah, in reviewing the raw data straight from the OGS website, going back to 2011, there have been more than 500 less than 5 miles of my home of all magnitudes. Of those, 400 were 2.0 or greater, 70 were 3.0 or greater, and thankfully only 4 were 4.0 or greater.
Thankfully only 4 were 4.0 or greater.
Within 5 miles.
Oh, within 5 miles?
Within 5 miles, there have been 4. 2011, and 4. I'm sorry. At my house, within 5 miles of my house, there have been 4.
And again, the location of your house, giving a geographic.
Southern Logan County area.
Okay.
Without going into too much detail. And then, of the 500 of all magnitudes, 400 were 2.0, 70 were 3.0, the 4.0 or greater. If I extend that to 10 miles out from my location, then the numbers climb to 1,800 of all magnitudes, more than 1,800, more than 1,300 2.0s, more than, exactly, per the data, 220.
How long have you lived there?
About early 12. So the ones in 11, no, I didn't personally feel those, but considering how few there were then, it's, but I still did account for them in this data. But within that 10 miles, 9 were greater than 4. And I want to point out my deliberate use of when I was saying more than 400 2.0 or greater, or more than 1,300 2.0 or greater for 10 miles, but then I said 221 3.0, 9 4.0. And that more than is deliberately used because...
Speak up now.
Well, so over the past few years, specifically 2014, it appears the OGS has stopped publishing the majority of earthquakes.
OGS being the Oklahoma Geological Society?
Yes, sir. Oklahoma Geological Survey.
Survey.
And so over the past few years, specifically 2014, it appears that they stopped publishing the majority of earthquakes that are less than 2.0.
They just stopped publishing them? And why would they do that?
Actually, I believe it's resources. It is resources because that 1.9 that I said I found, or that I felt it, but it never showed up on OGS's website, but I know what earthquakes feel like, and it happened, and so I emailed the OGS, and they went in and analyzed their data, and they came back and said, yes, very close to you, there was a 1.9 at the time and date you specified.
Well, if they knew about it, why didn't they publish it?
Well, they didn't. So I think what they're doing is looking at the seismogram data, they look and they will catch the big ones. They can tell and they can see, and they'll say, all right, well, let's analyze that. Let's find its location. Evidently, it's not an automated process.
Okay.
And so they didn't have the resources, so they have dropped. And it was a gradual drop where it wasn't quite as noticeable because...
Let me ask you this. I think I know it. Your data indicates...
In 2014 is when they really stopped because, let's see, in 2013 there were 1,800 events in Oklahoma, less than 2. In 2014 that number fell to 1,200 events, less than 2, even though 2 and above quadrupled. And you're not going to have...
Sounds like somebody's messing with the... All right, you mind if we interject here, Mr. You boys got something you want to say here? Come on, I can't hear you over there. Let's come up to the microphone.
They currently have no seismologist. Is that what you said? Okay. Austin Holland. Austin Holland has. I thought I did see that he left. Yes. Yes, I felt 45 one night, and only about 4 were actually published.
Let me.
Time out. Go ahead, Bob.
Let me address this. It's a common problem, and I share it with you. We have 3, maybe 4 seismic monitor systems operating in this state, and they are not being coordinated.
Different networks.
Who's in charge of that?
It's a good question. It's sure not OCC.
Isn't that where it should belong?
Yes, it should be centralized with, well, actually it'd be OGS, Oklahoma Geological Survey, but they don't have a seismologist. They are not funded. They don't have a structural geologist. But back to your situation, we know we have seismic monitors in here by USGS. Very good. We have a number by Oklahoma Geological Survey. Then, lo and behold, OSU has a number of them. Okay. Then I understand, but I have never really heard this proven, but Columbia University has some in here. This is the most studied area by seismologists. But there's no clearinghouse, there's no centralizing, so I'm not surprised you've got quakes. And by the way, they use different standards, because OGS will say, Oklahoma Geological Survey will say it was a 4.2, whereas the U.S. Geological Survey will come in and say it was a 4.7, and then vice versa. So it's very confusing, and it's not organized, and again, it gets back to the fundamental problem of we just don't have the funding and the organization, and trying to...
You know who passes the budget here? We do. Us.
Talk to
us. Me.
By the way, trying to address this earthquake problem without a seismologist, without a structural geologist, without a number of high-capacity computers, which we don't have, is comparable to as if we had an Ebola epidemic here and we did not have a medical doctor.
Yes, that's very good points.
Says that.
I just real to finish up about the OGS and what they reported. So looking closely at 214, breaking it down by quarter. Remember I said that only 1,200 2.0 and lower were in 2014, even though 2013 had over 1,800, or just under 1,800. But during 2014, first calendar quarter had 549 reported, second calendar quarter, 305, 208 in the third, 132 in the fourth quarter of 2014. And then that decrease of reporting of the weaker ones continued to drop, with first quarter 2015 only had 42. And then continued dropping, and then the fourth quarter of 2015 only had 2 less than 2.0 recorded, even though the number of larger events exponentially climbed. And, you know, in California, you can look at their earthquakes and you will see 0.9s, 0.8s, 1.2s. You'll see 100 of them like that. And they're doing it to get better data of the fault lines and of earthquakes is one reason, I believe. And I think having that data could help researchers around the world in Oklahoma if they knew all the little ones as well. And unfortunately, because of resources, those are not getting...
Oh, that's because we got a $1.5 billion budget shortfall. No, I don't know how that happened, but maybe some of the folks in this room have something to say about that. I mean, the elected people in this room.
And the other thing about earthquakes that I've done hundreds of hours of reading, because I
kind of get that sense
in the middle of the night, you know, what else I have to do after I get woken up by them. So there's a rule of thumb, and I'm sure you know more about this than I do. There's a rule of thumb that the USGS explains on their website, and that's for every 10 2.0s, there will be a 3.0. For every 10 3.0s, there will be a 4.0.
What are you telling us?
There have been 10,000 at least recorded. There have been 10,000, let's see where it is, 10,802 between 2.0 and 3.0 in 2011 through yesterday. There have been 10,802, 2 to 3. Going by that, it would be, we would be expected to have something like a 6 already, which...
We should have already had a 6?
Per this rule of thumb. It was an empirical law. It's not like, you know...
Right, it's not
just
physics.
Right, from observations of years worldwide, but those were all observations of natural earthquakes. So
natural earthquakes.
This 10 to 1 type thing may not hold true. Hopefully it doesn't, because they're just going to keep... The bigger ones are going to keep getting worse. But we have seen that.
All right.
And just another issue I wanted to bring up that a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people know the 10 to 1, 10 times deal. But, you know, a 3.0 is 10 times a 2.0. A 4.0 is 10 times a 3, or 100 times.
10 times meaning what? 10 times stronger?
Well, it's the amplitude of the wave is reported on a seismogram. Is that correct? However, the energy released, the actual seismic energy, which per the USGS is what causes the structural problems, that goes up by a factor of 31.6, 32 for every single magnitude increase. So that means you have a 4.0 and a 4.8, which we just had, last week sometime.
Right.
They sound like they're pretty darn close, but that 4.8 was about 15 times more energy as far as kilotons or megatons of TNT.
The question I have now is, this has not to do with anything, but I have to ask this question. Why do we get a sonic boom when one of these things hits? Anybody know?
I've seen a lot of geologists.
I'm old enough to remember sonic booms. Okay.
Yeah, I've done, in all the reading I've done, I haven't found a definitive answer for explaining the.
And if you've experienced one of those, and I'm sure all of you have, that's quite a frightening event, isn't it?
It's very, very much so. So that's, it grows incredibly fast with it being 32 times for each magnitude. It goes, 32 times.
And now we had
1,000,
Oklahoma County had 2 4-point at 14 days. Is that correct recently? In 3 days.
Sounds about.
Thank you.
I mean, I think we've already had 6 this year.
6 in what? 16?
This year, or 5.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like 7. Yeah.
I think.
As of
all right.
yesterday, it was 7.
What do you suggest we do about it? You just giving me the bad information and walking away?
We can look at what other states have done, such as Arkansas.
Which is what? Tell us what other states have done for my friends, my policymakers that are listening on the internet.
Right.
Well, I get that, the moratorium, but go ahead.
Well, that's what I was basically
moratorium.
They're moratorium. And so one thing, while talking about this real quickly,
got a big old line behind you.
Well, only recently the oil industry has come out and started to admit it. ConocoPhillips CEO, I believe, is who did it at a shareholders meeting. He was questioned. He said, yes, it does appear injection disposal wells are causing earthquakes.
Did he actually say that?
He may have said appear to, but he definitely said it does appear to be that they are causing earthquakes in some areas. That was ConocoPhillips. The industry as a whole, Society of Petroleum Engineers and Society of Exploration Geophysicists, and they held a workshop in September of 2014. And the reason I bring this up is because only recently is it starting to become a big deal. But this workshop that the SPE and SEG held in 2014, the abstract, first sentence of the abstract of the workshop is, with the continued interest in injection-induced seismicity associated with oil and gas operations, a technical workshop will be held in Alberta, Canada, jointly by the SPE, SEG, a couple others. This is a follow-up workshop to one they held in 2012 on this same.
What did they say? Because I'm going to have to move you along.
So the 2014 workshop will bring together technical experts of all the fields, and they all gave presentations, and I've got the names.
But those were the Society of Engineers.
Petroleum Engineers. Okay. Society of Petroleum Engineers. They gave presentations that just from the titles alone, they acknowledged that they can cause them. And there's several case studies that were discussed. Rocky Mountain National Arsenal.
Would it be your conclusion, based on the evidence you've looked at, that the science is in on this? That this is no longer guesswork?
Going back to the 60s, the USGS went to, it was either Paradox Valley or the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. USGS went there because they had, and this is in Colorado, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal is in Colorado, and I think it was the Army was disposing of wastewater. After doing it for a little while, earthquakes started happening. USGS came in, told them to stop. Over the next 6 months to a year, or some time period, I believe it was around there, they decreased. They told them to go ahead and start injecting again. They went back up.
All right.
That repeated 3 times.
I guess that's the conclusion. Let me do this, young man. Let me have your research. Give it to Jackie, wherever she ran off to, or give it to me. I very much appreciate you coming and telling us all of that.
No problem.
Okay, hey, listen, thanks for coming. I do appreciate you. Thank you. All right.
Hi, I'm Juliana Overmeyer, and I live in Edmond, and I wanted to thank you again for allowing us this opportunity to come and speak today. I always, when I'm sitting up in the middle of the night, as he said, feeling the earthquakes, and I wonder what I would say to a body like this. I had always suspected that my arguments might fall on deaf ears, but I never imagined that they would fall on no ears. I think that that's telling as to whether or not we are approaching a solution to this problem.
When you say no ears, what do you mean?
I don't see anyone from the Corporation Commission here. I don't see Mary Fallin here. I don't see anyone here who actually is in a position to change all of the things that we want
Yeah,
changed.
I noticed the same thing.
Anyway, I wrote a short statement, and I would like to read it.
Go right ahead.
It takes less than 4 minutes, I promise. Around 4:30 a.m. on January 17th, 1994, my husband and I were jolted awake by the magnitude 6.7 Northridge earthquake. We were lucky to be about 15 miles from the epicenter. And since our rental apartment had been built according to strict California building codes, we sustained little damage. Others were not so lucky. More than 60 people died. More than 9,000 people were injured. Gas mains exploded. Freeways fell apart. And thousands of buildings were either destroyed or declared unsafe. We've been in Oklahoma for nearly 20 years now. And like many, we've invested a substantial portion of our net worth in our current home in Edmond. When the earthquakes began here several years ago, we strapped our furniture to the walls in what we thought was an overabundance of caution. But better safe than sorry. In the intervening years, we watched in perplexed horror as the earthquakes spread to previously unaffected regions, increased in severity, and multiplied exponentially. While our government did nothing of substance to regulate the oil industry in order to stem the tide and mitigate future damage. Contrary to all evidence pointing to man-made causes, our elected officials concluded that no man could significantly influence nature. Based on this faulty logic, they kept and keep giving the green light to the oil industry. And make no mistake, a yellow light is a green light. Lack of data should not mean that we keep doing what causes the problem. Lack of data means that we should stop doing what causes the problem. Now that the situation has predictably escalated to a crisis, we as citizens are realizing that we will be forced to absorb all the costs and face all the danger created by the short-sighted and reckless actions of oil companies and our own government. In order to protect our home, my husband and I must now pay more than $2,000 a year in higher insurance premiums. This is for a homeowner's policy that will still have more than $8,000 per incident deductible. To make matters worse, each incident is defined as a 72-hour period. So if earthquakes strike on a Tuesday and a Friday of the same week, as they did earlier this month, we will be stuck covering a minimum of $16,000 of the cost to repair or rebuild. Then there's the guaranteed added costs of earthquake preparedness and retrofitting, which is not covered by insurance, as well as the likely damage to our health and well-being caused either by injury or by long-term stress. As it is, my husband and I have a broken window that will cost a few $100s to replace. But what does the future hold for us? Our elected officials have proven that they are willing to gamble with our savings, even our lives. When we examine the evidence and try to assess our future risk of hardship or ruin, the prognosis is not good. All of these earth elements amount to an earthquake tax that has been levied on us by our government, hand in hand with their partners in the oil industry, who received a huge tax cut last year. Insurance and oil are big business, after all. It's nothing personal. If our government does not reverse course and make the tough business choices necessary to protect its citizenry, this state will be irreparably damaged. Low cost of living will no longer be a draw for newcomers, and the high cost of our new earthquake tax will force many to leave for their own survival.
we are again, sir. Go ahead.
Hi,
bar
I'm
and
Tim Murphy. I'm
you
Julia's
speak nice
husband.
and loud now.
I'm also living in Edmond. We've been thinking about this for a long time, and we've been trying to write statements to provide something like a slogan or a motto.
Interesting.
For the kind of resistance that we need to take. So Julie's idea of the earthquake tax, we thought, that's something that Oklahomans can get behind, right? We don't want to pay an earthquake tax, do we? So she has the best one. She got the best one. Mine is a little bit different, but let me read it to you, and maybe this will work for you too. I'm sure all of us here are old enough to remember the financial crisis a few years ago when the federal government used billions of taxpayer dollars to bail out large banks that were called too big to fail. You all remember that phrase, right? Too big to fail. As I recall, most Oklahomans, including many of our state legislators, were outraged by this. Yet now in Oklahoma we're being told that oil and gas companies are too big to fail, or at least too big to regulate in order to prevent the earthquakes we've been experiencing. As many people have said, right, the governor refuses to respond to calls for executive action. The Corporation Commission is doing the bare minimum as slowly as possible to reduce well volumes. And this legislature, which, as everyone knows, passed a law to prevent cities and towns from regulating oil and gas production in record time. I mean, Representative Morrissette, I don't remember how long it took, but it was a very speedy process, the passage of Senate Bill 809.
Oh, it was speedy, all right.
I mean,
it zipped through here and zipped over there, and it was a request bill from the industry.
Yeah, exactly. So
By the way, that goes against the mantra of conservative thinking about local control, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So we're told that steps are being taken, right? But when the Corporation Commission waits until there's been a 4.0 earthquake in order to restrict wastewater injection at a few wells, it seems like the damage has already been done. I mean, the U.S. Geological Survey says there are more than a dozen faults in Oklahoma that have produced 4.0 or larger earthquakes. And most of those faults are now increasingly likely to produce more and even larger quakes. We're consistently told that regulation of the oil and gas industry would destroy jobs and reduce tax revenue. Though, as most oil companies are already laying off hundreds of workers now because of the global oil glut that's predicted to last for at least another year. In any case, as Julie mentioned, the legislature gave the industry a large tax break last year too, which is contributing to the deficit or the shortfall.
Contributing, yes. The triggers should have been stopped. The triggers should not have gone.
Sure. But those two facts, the fact that layoffs are massive, tax revenues are down, means that this is the best possible time to regulate wastewater disposal so as to reduce earthquake risk. I mean, we're never going to have a better opportunity. When the oil prices get back up, the money is going to flow back in, the jobs are going to flow back in, and the resistance to any kind of meaningful plan is going to be much stiffer.
And where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in Edmond.
In Edmond?
Northeast Edmond.
Well, I have to tell you, sir, that your elected representatives voted for that bill.
Oh, no, I'm absolutely aware of that.
In Edmond.
I was at the meeting last night.
Yes, you were. I remember seeing you there.
Yes. Anyway, I think we need a statewide master plan for earthquake prevention. If such a plan doesn't mandate a moratorium on wastewater injection, which would be okay with me, at least it should give authority back to cities and towns, municipalities, local control, so that they can do it themselves. If they don't want to,
well, any law that can be changed into one direction can be changed in another direction in another session, which is starting, I think, in about 2 weeks.
Exactly. Oil producers should also be encouraged, as people have said many times today so far, to find alternatives to injection disposal. And the best way to do that, to encourage them, is to charge a fee for every barrel of wastewater injected.
Well, I want to stop you there for a second, because again, I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit. Okay, look, the industry has laid off over 10,000 people or more. The commodity prices are low. And you're running a business, you know as well as I do. Price is low, cost of doing business, you've got to lay off, you've got to do something. Now you're suggesting a fee on top of very low revenue movement through their companies. Are you suggesting that that is a viable solution in this environment, in this building?
Well, I think one of the conservative principles dear to people in this state is the free market, right? My understanding of the free market is that the costs of doing business are borne by the people doing business.
And that's why they lay off jobs, because it's too expensive to hire people.
Right, exactly. So the people doing business are the companies themselves, their shareholders, their executives, their employees, their suppliers, and their customers. Okay? I would be perfectly happy to boycott all products by the companies behind this. If I knew who Sandridge was supplying, I would never buy from them again. But I don't know that. Does anyone know how I could find that out? Yeah? I mean,
I get you. I understand. I'm
do
just
that with Texaco and Shell and Mobil and Exxon and BP if you want to, but you can't do that with Sandridge or Devon, as far as I'm aware.
Again, I don't know the answer either. So.
Right. So if I was a customer, I'd be happy to sever that relationship. Right. But this is the point, that the current arrangement, in fact, makes everyone bear the cost of doing business to reduce the costs on those who are actually in the business. That's not the free market. That's not free enterprise. That's
correct.
not capitalism.
That's correct. But we have sort of skewed capitalism.
Yes, we have. Absolutely, we have. And yet that remains the slogan.
Yes, I know.
So, anyway, in any case, the funds that would be raised by such
a fee
could be used to research alternative disposal strategies and or to reimburse home and business owners who suffer damage from injection-induced earthquakes that are not covered by insurance. That's really all I want to say. But it seems to me that we need a rallying cry like no earthquake tax, right? The oil companies are not too big to regulate. We need to have something we can put on a billboard to make people who aren't here in this room go along with us.
That's correct. All righty. Thank you for your input very much. Sir, thank you for coming. Name, where you're from? You represent anybody? Or?
No, I'm Pat Dugan, and I live in southern Logan County, east of I-35.
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank you, Representative Morrissette, for doing this. We've been, especially people in southern Logan County, the north, central, Cashin, Payne County. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. We are the rural. We're the ones that nobody paid attention to. Even the news channels, Channel 4, Channel 5, Channel 9, nobody even paid attention to us. And I have a statement to read too.
Go ahead. That's what I'll be here all day.
And when I came here today, I've been very involved and very knowledgeable about what's going on. But I thought I wanted to share today a couple personal experiences that I've had.
And I know everybody's patient, right? Because everybody's going to get a chance.
And I also want to bring up Austin Holland. I've met Austin Holland, our seismologist that was run out of town.
Oh yes, young man.
Right.
Okay.
And I have actually spent many hours on the phone with Austin Holland.
Okay.
He was a good man, and
still a good man, but he's in New Mexico, isn't he?
Yes, he's in New Mexico,
not in Oklahoma.
and with a lot less pressure and a lot easier place to do his job. And if anybody, I wanted to bring this up because there was a show that came out, I think, around middle of December, Al Jazeera. It's called The Fault Lines. I sent you an email on it.
I got it.
Okay, and I think it's called The Earthquake State. Everybody in Oklahoma needs to watch that because then they'll really understand what happened to Austin Holland, what's happened to the delay, why we're at where we're at right now. They'll get a better, really good picture, okay? So let me read this statement that I wrote because this is kind of the way I wanted to do this. But I wanted to say that first. I wanted to bring up Austin Holland because we lost a good guy when we lost Austin Holland. He was on our side. Here we go. Those of us living in Logan County, Payne County, Cashin, Perry, Cushing, and the other north central counties have been waiting for this. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. We've experienced hundreds, thousands of earthquakes that have rattled our homes for years with little or no real response from our elected officials. And I want to thank Corey Williams, who has been an advocate, and you who got us here today, and Jason Murphy up in my district. He didn't vote for SB 809.
Right.
And he also did the Waterloo Town Hall meeting a few years ago, okay, and he's been vocal. But 3 representatives is not a government make, okay?
True.
This is just not a problem for the counties experiencing these quakes. This is a state problem. This is a problem for all Oklahomans. We have come to the conclusion, the people up in the rural areas here, if you're not living through these quakes, experiencing these quakes, you just don't get it. So we are glad this day has finally happened after many years of frustration. I thought the best thing I could do here today is to share our personal experience. We live in southern Logan County, east of I-35. We have an underground home. The sides and the back are surrounded by dirt, and the top is covered by 2 feet of dirt on top. We thought we had the perfect home for Oklahoma. Hail, no problem. Tornadoes, the best storm shelter money can buy. Never did we think 20 years ago when we bought this home that earthquakes would be our major concern. Jason Murphy is my representative. He knows me well. I've spent a lot of time texting him and calling him, and you know, I have a cell number. So I wanted to share with you 2 separate times that I texted Jason, and it's really the only times I ever did it right during the earthquakes.
By the way, to be fair to Jason, he called. We talked last night. He couldn't be here today because he's working.
Okay.
So he would be here otherwise, but his
yeah,
job.
no, I believe Jason would be here. I do. And but I did text him 2 times. Actually, I always would text him after the earthquakes. Well, these were such rough times that these happened. I texted him right. It was in the middle of the night, and I actually brought them with me, and I want to read them to you. And actually, I've heard some people talk about the ones I'm going to text here is the ones that we had 40-some earthquakes. How many people have ever been through 40-some earthquakes in one night? That's what we went through, okay, in southern Logan County. One night, in about a 6-hour period.
When was that?
That was started at 10:58 on June 25th.
This past year?
This year.
2015.
Yes, sir. And actually, the week before, we had a similar, I don't know how many it was, maybe 20 or something, but it was a rough night, too. Actually, we had a 4.3 that night that most everybody in my side of the I-35 felt like was a 5. I mean, it just, it was bad. Give me a second here, I'm sorry.
You know what, ladies that's standing, why don't you take a seat, remember your line in line, and when the next available slot comes in, just jump up. And you all don't need to stand while you listen. Seriously. You sure? Oh, yeah, that's right, folks. I forgot to mention that. It's supposed to be a 5-minute limit.
Okay, here we go. I got it. It's back so far, I have to.
I know,
go
but
through all these texts I've got on him.
Okay, your 5 minutes are tick-tock, tick-tock.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
All right. This was actually June 19th. This was the week before. Okay, this is when we had a pretty rough night that night. And at 11:30, I texted Jason. I said, Jason, something's got to be done, Jason. My house is going to fall apart. And then the 4.3 hit. And I went, oh, my God, we're going to have to leave our home and go to a hotel. I thought the house was going to fall in on us. This is very scary. I'm literally shaking. And what happened was, I mean, our house, I heard concrete crack on top of my house. I mean, we ran out of our house. It was unbelievable. And then that morning I texted him. I said, have you had enough? Okay, so the following week.
We're getting a history here. I get it. What was Jason's point? What did he send back to you? Because I know Representative Murphy well.
Yeah, well, Jason said he would contact me the next morning. We talked, you know. But like I said, at that particular time, the only 2 people I knew that were trying to do anything was Jason and mostly Corey Williams.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
By the way, let's be fair. Senator Ellis, my old seatmate from down in southeast Oklahoma, has been banging on this for 5 years, but nobody's heard his voice because nobody in the press would pick up on it. But in any event, go ahead.
Right, and you know, and you know, when you, like one of the things we discussed is when most of the elected officials in this building here don't get phone calls because they're not getting, you know, their constituents pounding on about the earthquakes, because most of it is in Corey's and Jason's district. You know, it's hard to get something done. And like I said, 2 people now, 3 representatives doesn't a government make. You know, it's hard to get something done when the rest of the representatives are not getting the same level of concern from their constituents. So here we go. This is
Okay, you're about under a minute now.
okay.
Clock's ticking.
All right. 10:58. It started. I went. I texted Jay. I said, I want Jason to feel what we're going through. So I said, I want to text him right as it's happening.
Okay.
I went 5 earthquakes in a row in less than 2 to 3 minutes. Then here's another next test. Really less than a minute. Another one, 6. Another one, 8 now. Another 9. Another 10 now. That was much larger. This is crazy. The biggest one yet. That was really bad. Some rig is working tonight. That was a well over a 4. That's 11 earthquakes in 40 minutes.
Okay, I think I get the narrative of that problem on the 19th.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish. I said they're just constant. The last big one was epicenter 1 mile from my house, constant rumbling. I said we've had over 30 or more earthquakes since 10. This is in the morning. I texted him at 10:58. We need everything to stop. This is unbelievable. And this is how we felt. I mean, we really felt like this. I mean, we were scared. We thought our house was coming down.
I believe it.
I said, this is a state of an emergency. All wells need to be stopped in southern Logan County now. We need the governor to declare a state of emergency and shut down injection wells in Logan County immediately. He said, I will give you a call this afternoon. I said, okay, thanks. I called the governor's office and said as such. I did. Okay,
so all right. I tell you what I want to have you do, though, in fairness to the ladies behind you and everybody behind you. I want you to read your statement, but I want you to get back in line and do it after they've spoken, okay?
Okay.
Now, don't go away and don't get all huffy. I mean, go ahead.
All right, I won't. Okay.
Hi, my name is Ann
Where are you
Young.
going? I thought you were going to get back in line. Yeah, I want you to get back in line. I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name's Ann Young, and I live in Edmond. I live near the corner of Danforth and Air Depot in an 80-year-old house. It was built of Oklahoma red sandstone, and we've spent a lot of money, my husband and I, on fixing this house up. This is the mortar that I've collected just from the interior of my living room in the last 3 weeks.
Could I have that, please? We'll use that in court of law. You always want an exhibit as evidence to the jury. Matter of fact, I'm going to do this. John, Representative Bennett from Salisaw just walked in. Those folks in Vian know who John is, right?
Well, don't lose any.
I'm not going to. Did I lose it? Go ahead and pick it up then. Thank you. All right, I'm not going to lose it. I'm going to give it back to you, okay? All right, very good, ma'am.
We've felt dozens of earthquakes since the first 4.3 earthquake that was a few days before the first of the year, and then we had a 4.2 on.
Speak nice and loud now.
On the first. And we've had dozens and dozens since. Some of them are just loud booms. You don't actually feel the house vibrate, but you hear this loud boom in the back, like, we're being shelled. And it's just, I'm afraid to be in my own home.
You're afraid to be in your own home. Anybody else in this room feel that way? Raise your hands.
I think my roof's going to cave in. And I haven't even collected all the mortar.
Are you a single story or double story?
A 2-story house. And I haven't even collected all the mortar that's fallen off of the outside, because that would be a giant box full. So that's why I'm here today.
Thank you for coming. I'm going to keep this for a little while. I'm going to get back to you. Representative Lewis Morris here. Lewis was there last night. Again, for those of you in Edmond, Lewis stood up by himself there, and he took a lot of heat last night. So, Lewis, appreciate you doing that and being here today. Yes, my young lady, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Amy Duffy. I'm a native Oklahoman and mother of 3, and I live in Northeast Edmond. I grew up in Tulsa, moved back to Oklahoma in 2010 after living in Los Angeles, California for 11 years. I've experienced more earthquakes in one given day living in Oklahoma than I have living in LA for 11 years. It troubles me that it's taken 6 years and over 1,000 3+ earthquakes for OCC, oil and gas companies, and Governor Fallin to finally acknowledge publicly the overwhelming link between hydraulic fracturing, injection wells, and earthquakes along fault lines. Data and scientific papers of this phenomenon have been around since the 1960s, as well as current published scientific studies on Oklahoma earthquakes. It is mind-boggling to me that in the year 2016, we citizens are expected to live under these man-made volatile conditions because the vast majority of our legislators, governor, regulators, and OCC are oil and gas puppets who have demonstrated zero interest in addressing the earthquake problem by ceasing injection well operations and or fracking operations entirely. Arkansas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, as well as several counties throughout the nation and many countries around the world have done this, and seismic activity has greatly diminished. Most recently, Alberta, Canada, the Fox Creek fracking operation. In contrast, Oklahoma in 2015 enacted the SB 809, and to me this shows the legislators' disregard for Oklahomans and how oil and gas companies are grossly favored without any consequence. Cities cannot curtail oil and gas activities that pose an imminent threat to infrastructure, property, and people's lives. How is this even legal? This bill seems criminal, holding the people of Oklahoma hostage with the uncertainty of their house being destroyed or someone being killed by the irresponsible actions of oil and gas companies. My other concern, I was a former environmental consultant. My other concern is the real threat of groundwater contamination due to both fracking and injection well operations. Do we have baseline groundwater chemistry prior to fracking and injecting within an area? Are nearby aquifers tested near fracking and injection well sites? I highly doubt it. In 2015, California farmers, under the severe drought, tapped into their groundwater wells, and they found several were contaminated with frack wastewater. The hundreds of earthquakes my family and I have endured these past 5 years have dramatically decreased our quality of life here in Oklahoma. There have been times I had to grab my child from bed to shelter them from the large magnitude earthquakes. Other times my children would just need to sleep downstairs near me or even in my bed because they were terrified their house was going to fall in on them. The most recent earthquakes here in Edmond woke me from my sleep and had me shaking for quite some time due to the anxiety and sheer anger at the lack of sincere response by our governor, legislators, regulators to these now ubiquitous events. I propose at the very least all injection wells within a fault-rich zone cease production and close permanently and immediately. Nowhere else in the world would legislators and regulatory agencies let this threat of people's property and lives go on for this many years and to this degree. We are now ranked number one. Thank you. We are now ranked number one in the world for earthquakes, which is a glaring number showing the lack of concern regulators and legislators and the governor have for the people of Oklahoma. I am saddened that we even need to give a public account on this degree of recklessness and need to offer the obvious solution to Governor Fallin, which is ceasing injection well operations in fault-rich areas in order to eliminate 99% of the earthquakes altogether. It is clear that greed and big oil corruption run rampant in this state. I am very thankful that State Representatives Richard Morrissette and Corey Williams organized this much-needed hearing on earthquakes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to coming. A very, very well-phrased statement. Thank you. You're up. Tell me who you are, where you're from, or if you represent anybody.
My name is Sydney Swindell. I live in Edmond.
See, I hear it. That seems to be bringing a lot here. Okay.
Here, I was at the meeting at UCO last night. I think the message kind of came through to you guys there. I think you get the point. We're frustrated, and we want you to do something.
I'm frustrated, too.
So I'm standing here at this moment to ask you. I want to hear from you.
You want to hear from me?
What are you going to do? You've heard what we want.
Okay.
What do you plan?
This is
and take it to the rural area is not acceptable.
What is that again? What was that last part?
I said, what is your plan? And take it to the rural areas is
not
okay.
Whether it's the rural areas or I got into this, John Bennett, and I tell a little story. As a lawyer, you tell jury to get to your point by telling stories. Representative Bennett to my right lives in the Sallisaw area. You probably don't get the earthquakes that we do. right? But John is a compassionate man. John served in our military for over 20 years, did several tours of duty in Iraq, and I know that he's concerned about everybody's well-being and safety because he fought for our military to protect us. But now we have issues right under our feet that are threatening us probably in a direct way, you know, the wars halfway across the world. What I would like to see done, as I mentioned last night, and I've got Representative Moore here and Representative Bennett, and there are some other representatives in the building that have meetings that are listening in the internet or the microphone. We need, if we are serious about this, we need to repeal. First thing we need to do, John and Lewis, is repeal Senate Bill 809 and do it. Now, I have heard from the industry. You know, and they make this circular argument, it goes around and around, but it always ends up to their benefit that you can't do that because they've got multiple operations, and if, for example, if Stillwater outlaws it, you've got other communities in Logan County or in that area that'll be doing all this gibberish. We just need to repeal, start with 8, and we can do that the first week of session. If the policymakers, John, in this building and on the second floor and the folks over in the rotunda, and you know what kind of trouble we have over there, we don't need to get into that, are committed to doing the next right thing, which is repealing 809, and let communities such as Edmond, Stillwater, anybody, Vian, wherever you're from, the right to choose whether you want this type of activity in your community. That's the first thing we need to do. Okay, then we need to look at the problems over at the Corporation Commission. If they don't have the right amount of people to do the type of seismic work, a geologist, I'm not a scientist, I'm a lawyer, I'm hearing that they don't have the right people over there, or as many as they need to do the job necessary. The third thing we need to do, and this comes back to you all, this is a democracy. Your voices are heard out there on the people you choose to come to this building, okay? People vote, oil companies don't. Companies don't vote, chambers of commerce don't vote, you all vote. And when the apathy and the selection process on those November dates is what it is, this is the result that you get. It's all tied in together. It appears to me that the folks in the northern part of this county and in other places are getting the message. So whatever we're doing in this building is not the right course of action. And we need to change the direction of this ship, guys. We need to do it because I have been doing this a long time, and I have never seen the type of reaction I saw last night in Edmond and the type of energy I'm seeing in this room. There are other things we can be doing. I've had my list in front of me. I'd give them to you. I presented them in my opening remarks if I can find them. But in any event, I'm committed to change. But as somebody said earlier, 3 doesn't make a government, does it? There's no one here from the Corporation Commission. Did you see anybody here? I was hoping the industry would come here. I'll give John Doak a lot of credit from the insurance department. He took a lot of heat this morning, but he had the guts to show up and do it. Anyway, and I'm open to any suggestions you might have. The moratorium on injections, well, I'm going to be real frank with you folks, and you ain't going to like what I'm going to tell you. Okay? The politics of reality is there is not going to be, in any time soon, unless you all convince a whole lot of other people that are not here today, maybe they're listening on the internet, that an absolute moratorium is necessary. That energy of making something happen because the industry controls this building, okay? For that type of change to happen, it would have to come from you all, from all over central Oklahoma and from the other parts of the state say we've had enough, it's time we stop these injections and we have an absolute 100% moratorium.
I also want to know, and I want the rest of you, and he's back there, he heard it last night, what you can do is you can start pushing to make sure these public schools are checked, that our
That's
kids
great
are
point.
safe. They're
I agree with you.
It's going to take you a hell of a lot longer to get a moratorium on any kind of well.
And your point
than it
is
will to get
we should check
somebody
the
out and
structural.
inspect these schools. Check the structural integrity.
You have an excellent point.
Most of these families are not in their house. We spend way more time at our jobs and our kids in schools and activities and different buildings and different public places than we ever do in our home. We sleep in our home. We may eat dinner in our home.
We heard
Does
from some.
anybody know if this building right now were to start shaking? Does anyone know?
Listen,
what
this
to do?
building was shaking without earthquakes. It's wonder it hadn't fallen down already, but.
But that's the thing. We're not putting information out to our citizens of even what to do to keep yourself safe.
What to do
you
is
if your house shakes?
this. I can tell you, in a political body, the things that change the minds of policymakers is the energy that comes from their constituents, the opinions that come from their local districts. If it's loud and clear, things change. I guarantee it. Okay, but if there is silence from the public on an issue, you will get no reaction from this body or the second floor. 3, don't make a government. I have more tire tracks on my back than the track at Indianapolis. But I will do it and continue to do it because it's the next right thing. But you're absolutely, by the way, just as a side note, the tornadoes that occurred in the Moore area in the spring of 2013, there's a report out by the Society of Structural Engineers. You've got to buy it. I don't know how much it costs, but apparently they put it out for profit or whatever. But in that report, it talks about structural deficiencies in those school buildings. Now, I'm going to leave it right there. But your point is well put. If one of these earthquakes does something and those schools come down, or I understand there were some issues in Stillwater. That's what Corey was talking about. If a dormitory in Stillwater were to come down because it was structurally deficient at the time it was built, how are they supposed to know about earthquakes when they built it, right? But we know now. Your issue is well put. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Schmidt. I'm from Oklahoma City, and I have had damage to our homes.
Where in Oklahoma City do you live?
About 50th and Portland Northwest. Okay. Senator Yin is my.
Over here
he was here for quite a long time. I appreciate that. And Representative Jason Nelson is also my representative. I took by. You talked about the importance of letting them know. I had written you a letter that I left over there. I took a copy of that letter to my representatives, and I was able to talk to Senator Yin and left one with the office for Nelson. You talk about insurance, and that's what we've heard a great deal about today, is who's going to pay for the insurance, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I have a lot of insurance, and one of the main reasons you get it is for things like your car. So you have an accident, and if you're not killed, why, you expect your insurance to either have your car repaired or replaced, and if you've been injured, you expect it to pay your medical bills. That is an accident. You didn't know it was going to happen. If you knew that you were going to have a car wreck on your way to the grocery store, you would not go. Okay, so today we're talking and spending all this effort about the oil and gas industry and what they're doing, and we know what they're doing, and we know the harm it is causing, both the earthquakes and the damage to the water. And yet we talk about insurance like paying to have things repaired after the fact. That's not where our emphasis should be. Our emphasis should be where the Native American spokesperson from the Ponca tribe told us, and that is our water. Our water is our most precious resource, and we are allowing the oil and gas industry to gamble with that. It's a threat, and they're saying it's a threat like it's a threat in the future. At the point when everybody agrees that it's no longer a threat, that it's happened, then there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. You have the 8 million gallons of water that's being polluted that goes into the ejection well. That can never be used again, not to drink, not for animals to drink, not to nourish your crops, for nothing. You can't use it for anything. Then you have the water, the rest of the good water that's in the ground or in the surface that's ruined when it leaks out for some reason. They put it down in the ground, now there's an earthquake, it breaks the seals, whatever, there's a spill on the surface, and it's ruined. Once that happens, we have no water. We cannot survive without water. So to me, nothing trumps water. And we should be...
All right. Remember, we got the 5-minute rule.
So we should be having a moratorium.
Okay.
And I appreciate that the native tribes in Oklahoma are going to do something that our representatives are unwilling to do.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're going to get a chance to read your statement.
Okay, I'll go ahead and finish this up real quick. As I said, in our underground home that night, we heard cracking. We had 2 feet of concrete on top of us. And so inspecting this kind of home for structural damage is tough and expensive. The cracking I heard above my home, for example, require all the dirt to be removed, the waterproof barrier to be removed in order to inspect any structural damage to our home. This was cost tens of thousands of dollars to check for any potential damage. Who's going to pay for that? We can't afford that. Okay. The front of our home is a facade. It's all brick and windows. The mortar joints have been loosened from the brick, causing water leaks in our home, leaks we've never had before, and it's causing water damage in our home. Eventually, the bricks will come down, we feel, after this collateral. There's so many accumulation of these earthquakes. I mean, the cumulative effect it's just going to happen. Why should we have to pay for that? Insurance won't pay for that either. Plus, we have a 10% deductible, and we pay $600 a year for our policy through Lloyd's of London because we can't get it through our regular insurance company. Why should we have to pay for that? We feel like collateral damage. While the oil industry is making huge profits, extracting oil at record rates with new technology, our homes are being destroyed. Our homes are being devalued, and our peace of mind and our retirement and our biggest investment is being taken away from us. Not sure we could even sell our home. Who would want to buy a home in the most seismic active place in the United States? We would have to sell at a big loss if we could sell it all. Why should we be in this position? Not the retirement future we had in mind or deserve, do you think? There needs to be a fund set up to make us whole. I need my house inspected and fixed now. We have done nothing wrong here. We shouldn't lose the biggest investment of our lives and be out thousands we can't afford and our future destroyed. I'm not anti-oil or anti-government, but it's time the oil industry does the right thing. Acknowledge their responsibility, manage it, fix it, and definitely make the people of Oklahoma whole. And it's about time and the duty of our elected officials to make sure that happens. Think of it. For 6 years, we've been waiting just to have a hearing. That's incredible.
It is incredible, isn't it?
This is truly a state of emergency. No more delays. The time for action is now.
Now. Thank you. Very good. Sir? Sir? Yes, ma'am? Is this your first time doing this by any chance? No? Okay, well, here we go.
My name is Jean McMahon. I'm from Fort Gibson.
Speak nice and loud now.
I wanted to say, please ban fracking forever. I have a question. Why should we believe anything the oil and gas companies tell us about matters of science? And regarding the earthquakes, the oil and gas companies have been lying repeatedly since 1970. That's a long time ago about global warming. Their scientists told them that if we keep burning fossil fuels, we'll go to 2 degrees centigrade, which will destroy civilization, and they've been lying since 1970. It means they're just criminals, and you can't believe what they say. They have to make a profit. Let's see. So what would be different with the fracking issue? I've lived a great life from fossil fuels, but we need a plan to develop solar and wind. The business model of the oil and gas companies is that of the mafia. The government is addicted. The government is the junkie. Under the power, the citizens don't have the power because the media is also under the corporate mafia control. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good. Next, young man.
Hi, my name is Dakota Rains. I currently hail
You're who again?
I said, hi, my name is Dakota Rains. I currently hail from Stillwater.
Okay.
I'm one of the core organizers of Stop Fracking Payne County, and there's just a couple of things that I wanted to address really quickly. That American Society of Civil Engineers report that you mentioned is available online for free.
It is online?
It is. And overall, Oklahoma has a D- as its grade.
D-?
A D-.
A D- in what?
A D- overall in our infrastructure, whether it's dams, bridges, roads, airport tarmacs, the whole kit and caboodle. The average score is a D-. So one of the things that I wanted to recommend was, you mentioned having a reparation fund for people whose homes are damaged. I think we also need a reparation fund for all of the public goods that are being damaged. If you know anything about these fracking sites, the amount of trucks that come in and out of them on a daily basis hauling way overweight for what our roads are designed for is tearing those roads apart, whether they are gravel roads out in the country that now cannot be paved and graded in time to keep up with the damage that's being done, or whether it be the asphalt or cement roads that we drive our cars on. That American Society of Civil Engineers report states that the damage to the infrastructure here in Oklahoma, just roads, is costing the average Oklahoman driver $600 a year. There's a lot of drivers in this state. You're talking about millions of dollars. When it comes to our bridges, on average in Oklahoma City, it's like 1 in every 28, sorry, I said that wrong. In 60 seconds, 28 people drive over a structurally deficient bridge. In Tulsa, it's even higher. It's 42 people every 60 seconds. When you're talking about these earthquakes and the fact that we don't have people to be checking these bridges' infrastructure, then you're increasing the amount of damage that could be done. You're increasing the risk of life or the risk of loss of life that could happen. You also made a comment about when there's silence from the public, there's no action. And people have been talking about this across this state for years at this point. I myself have been in the field for 2 years in communities all across the state where people are complaining about what's happening, where people are asking their local legislators, their county commissioners, their city councils to do something different, and it's not happening. You also made a comment that people vote, not companies. Companies vote with their goddamn dollars. They run the ads that counter all of the science that pushes back against everything that's coming out of the oil and gas industry and other extractive technologies that are bad for the earth and bad for humans and bad for animals and bad for plants, like bad for everything, right? And they vote with those dollars. They're the ones who control all of that media messaging. They're the ones who've controlled this message in Oklahoma for 6 years that earthquakes aren't linked to disposal wells, even though we've known that since the 1960s. So to say that companies don't vote is incorrect. And I would like to also suggest that as part of, some of these remedies that you're looking at, maybe look at the amount of money that oil and gas can put into politics in the state of Oklahoma and cut that down.
It's legal. It's a First Amendment right, and they can do it. And
so let's be one of the first states to challenge that.
You can't, because the United States Supreme Court says it's legal. And it doesn't matter what we do.
So people have absolutely no power to challenge that.
Whoa, let's time out here. You're going to have a little tit for tat. Let's do it. Everybody has the vote at the ballot box, regardless of a ton of money being thrown at whatever. It's the mind that goes into the box and does it. Yes, they have the influence to create the message, but we all have instincts, and all of us know when we are told something that's not true. And when people are indifferent about the exercise of voting, and you know what I'm talking about, when they're indifferent about it or don't even vote at all, then this is the results you get.
I would still like to say let's challenge that.
Okay,
and the last thing I want to leave you with.
all right.
But I'm an activist. So
that's all right.
There you go. The last thing I want to leave you with
fair enough.
is I would like for the legislators, the governor, the OCC, to pay attention to some of the things that are happening in other places. So Porter Ranch, Flint, Michigan, the people in control of those places.
Just briefly about Flint, Michigan, if you might. Just briefly.
So in Flint, Michigan, they've been drinking water with lead in it 40 times what the EPA says you should drink, and the EPA says you shouldn't have any.
And how long has that been going on?
2 years.
2 years. That's right.
Because their emergency manager, who's not an elected official, but instead appointed by the governor, decided that to save some money, they'd come off the Detroit water system and use the Flint River, which they have known for decades companies have been disposing of waste in illegally, right?
That's right.
And so what's happening up there right now is the people are calling for the governor's head.
They are.
The people are calling for the city manager's head.
They are.
And I would like to let folks know here that if action doesn't start happening, that's exactly what we're going to be doing, calling for folks' heads.
Okay. Thank you for coming, young man. I hope we had 100 of you with that kind of energy. The Flint, Michigan issue, though, is quite similar. All right, anyway, go ahead, sir.
Hi, Steve Marino from North Yukon, and I apologize for being a very bad public speaker.
Doing all right so far.
Thank you. My question comes from a slightly different perspective as a potential solution.
Okay.
The petroleum industry is basically economically crashing. West Texas Intermediate's down to $30 a barrel, going down to $15. It's not going to come back in the next 10 years.
Nope.
There's lots of very brilliant people in the petroleum industry. I don't necessarily like them, but they're smart. Has anybody considered asking the state universities to find other things that those wonderful skills can be put towards making money? It's a
I think he was talking about diversifying earlier.
Okay.
This young man to your left there.
Oh, thank
right
you. Right
there.
Yeah. Has anybody specifically asked for federal grants towards the universities to find other ways of using those skills?
I suspect not. That's
Okay.
an interesting idea.
Thank you. My other thing was what you were just saying in terms of oil money and corporate money going towards public elections. Is there any reason why big, gigantic, honking billboards could not be put up saying this much money was donated to this campaign by this
Let me
company?
tell you a little fact of life about political advertising. In the scope of, let's say, 15 issues that concern the American people, the amount of money going to campaigns is about 14 on the list of 15 priorities. The general public does not care about those billboards or the money going to pay for them. I'm just telling you.
Right. Fair enough.
That's that indifference word I was talking about.
At any rate, thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you for coming.
I was going to say this is the start of the beginning of ending that indifference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're right. Absolutely right. Thank you for being here. All right. We know who you are, so batter up.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us this moment, and I'm going to try to shorten what I wanted to say.
5 minutes, remember? Yeah.
But Ashley, who is from Edmond, who was with the children over there that had to leave, wanted people to understand. Her statement was basically that she's a foster parent and that there are families now not wanting their children to be fostered in homes in earthquake land.
Interesting.
And I'll turn that in so you'll have that.
All right.
I'm Angela Spots in Stillwater, co-founder of Stop Fracking Payne County, and I've become very vocal and angry and upset about this. On October 10th, my husband and I literally felt like we were sitting in our home and a Mack truck hit our sofa. We looked at each other and said, enough. I actually called Dakota and said, I can't take it anymore. I've tried to rescue our state. I'm trying everything I can do. We don't want to own our home. We don't want to live there. We have a beautiful custom-built home on 10 acres. It's just 3 bedroom. It's not a mansion. But we're not safe. We have fracking and unacceptable criminal things around us. We have petitioned. This is a national issue. Many of us have done everything we can to bring national federal help. We have petitioned the EPA to take over the primacy agreement. It's a state issue. I guess I don't blame anyone not wanting to help our state. We're not really friendly to the federal government. But it is a federal issue, and I think people need to understand the whole country is going to be bailing us out when the big one happens. And every day we have more of any size, we're going to have more. I'm going to read a quick statement that the student who's studying it, where I get the seismic pictures from. It is critical. I thank you for wanting bipartisan, and I was trying to also add that that's time for this, and we need to vote anybody out who's bought and paid. And I'm a Bernie supporter because he's not bought and paid. But we can't wait on the elections.
I agree with
We
you.
really can't. This is not going to take, we're so close to a massive, horrific danger. And who's it going to be? Is it going to be my neighborhood? Is it going to be yours? The student is stating with every little quake, we're going to get a bigger quake. With every 4, we're going to have a risk. All the 4s are activating the faults. We now know Cushing is reactivated. We know Edmond is reactivated. To be honest, I don't really think everybody understands how many faults are reactivated, and that's going to harm us forever. So let's demand a moratorium now to stop the risk. The EPA and no one is coming in to rescue us. So that's something that's very alarming because I don't want to live in a sacrifice zone. I don't want my state destroyed. I'm born and raised here. Grew up with the pumper in Oklahoma City in my backyard. We have a right to clean air, clean water, and a safe, healthy environment.
And sadly, my state is not allowing us to have that right. And I think the Sierra Club and many people who are speaking up and activists and have become activists because of this issue are realizing we're so busy trying to stop a critical, massive quake that it's going to be life-threatening. No structure built in this state's Devon Tower is built, 6.5 quality. But most of us don't have a safe place to live. We must stop it now. We don't want to have death on blood on our hands. It's time, and I appreciate everybody who has supported any of us who have spoken up. I appreciate everybody showing up today, and we have a right to a clean, safe, healthy place, because I got sidetracked. Sorry, I'm nervous. We have the right to have that healthy, safe place. And it's being robbed. We're not even talking about that because we're so busy trying to stop this horrific accident. So thank you all for coming. Please keep writing and calling and telling and knocking on the governor. Put letters to the editor and, by golly, remind him we're going to vote him out. And Bernie's the only one that understands fracking and the sciences that are hurting us, and that's why I'm a big fan of him, because people like Representative Morrissette and Representative Corey Williams, who's in Stillwater, they're not bought. We need more like them, and we need to remind them we'll vote them out.
All right. Very good. Thank you. All right, son.
Hi there. I'm
Hello.
Brandon Swindle. I live in Edmonds, the north part of Oklahoma County. This is my first time doing something like this.
Well, thanks for coming.
So, I wanted to point out that even if we're not going to do something about getting a moratorium, which honestly will probably not happen within our state anytime soon, it's nearly impossible for us to get something of that level. It's crazy to try to do that with so many people in the House, and especially with the Senate. But one thing that we do need to realize is that none of our kids are taught. I'm 17. So within a year, I will be beginning to vote. I will not be indifferent about my votes because I want to be heard. I want to elect people that are going to represent me. Currently, I think our representatives are failing miserably at what they're doing. I think you're doing a very good job of bringing all of us together to talk about issues like this. So I thank you for that. But if we're not going to try to get a moratorium in place, we need to at least start trying to teach our children and people within school buildings, within offices, within our government facilities, we need to teach them what to do if there is a massive earthquake. Nobody understands what to do. I lived in Seattle for 2 years within the past 4 years. And after moving back down here to my home state, there have been so many earthquakes. I've felt way more than I ever did within Seattle, within that region. And it's a it's a large area where they have a lot of seismic activity. So it's a large surprise to have so much more down in the state where I should be used to seeing tornadoes trying to hit.
Do they have tornadoes in Seattle?
It's very, very rare.
You have
and
tornadoes
if it does,
in California?
It's usually off to the eastern part of the state where it's more like the Oklahoma landscape. But to go back to my main point, I want everybody to actually be taught how to react to an earthquake if we do have the larger one. Because I sit within a school building 5 days a week, and whenever we feel an earthquake, everybody looks around and says, ooh.
What do we do?
Nobody does anything.
This is school. Where is your school located?
It's located in downtown Oklahoma City. It's in Oklahoma City region.
All right.
So when we feel an earthquake, nobody really looks around. Whereas I'm used to actually doing a drill, and in Washington, you do earthquake drills instead of tornado drills. So you have to get under a desk or whatever's able to protect your head. And I feel that our representatives, if they're not going to get a moratorium, need to put something in place that will teach our schools and our people to react to what is occurring. So
Good idea.
I ask you to do that for us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, we're back.
We are, but no numbers, no math this time. I just wanted to kind of pose the question here. You know, the response we've kind of gotten from the legislature, or Governor Fallin specifically anyway, review our earthquake insurance policies with our homeowners insurance company. I just changed insurance companies because my previous one specifically said does not cover man-made. I changed to one that specifically says they will cover man-made.
So you found insurance that would do that?
Yes. And also the deductible is only a 2% deductible.
Now, where did you find that?
Can I say the name of the company?
Sure, I don't know. Tell you it's open meeting.
Yeah, State Farm. It's a 2% deductible.
Really?
And they do cover brick and stone veneer, which many of them don't, and that's a lot of what's going to get damaged, especially in just a mild one. But in any case, the issue I see is we're not going to replace, I'm not going to file a claim right now. I mean, we're right in the middle of having all these, 4, 5, potentially a 5, 4.8. I don't want to pay my deductible, which even though it's 2%, it's still, large, and go through the whole thing, get a claim on my claim history, and then have something else happen 3 months from now. So the problem is I kind of see myself, okay, well, let's wait 6 months, see if these injection restrictions and see what's going to go on. We'll wait 6 months. If things calm down, file a claim. But you can't do that because you only have a short window after an event in order to file a claim. And so I believe it's 30 days with my policy. And so what are we supposed to do? I mean, sure, it might be a good thing to have insurance, but...
Let's go through that a sec. We heard John Doak say today, and you all heard him say, that the insurance industry has a pool of money that, you pool the risk, okay? And they are an industry that has to make a profit. So you have to weigh all of that as to the pool of risk. I mean, if you're running an insurance company, how do you do this then? How would you operate this if you're running an insurance company? I mean, you got to be, the traditional method of doing insurance in Oklahoma apparently is going to have to be looked at quite carefully because the old model doesn't look like it's going to be working. If these quakes, I believe they're going to continue. Even if we have a moratorium today, I think these quakes are going to continue. The question is, how long are they going to continue?
Exactly.
Right?
And that's, by the time they do settle down, it's going to be long too late to even have insurance do anything about it. So that's just a bad thing. Insurance is not the answer.
What's the answer?
I don't know.
Aha.
But
wait then.
Moratorium would possibly be good, but
probably so.
It's like repairing your roof in the middle of the hailstorm that destroyed your roof. I mean, you're not gonna you wouldn't do that. So here we are. You're not going to file a claim for earthquake in the middle of all this earthquake.
Presents a conundrum, doesn't it?
What was that?
It presents a conundrum, doesn't it?
It does. So just wanted to kind of bring
all
that
right.
up.
Well, thanks, but no thanks for that. Anyway, thanks for the 2%, though. That was good. Well, okay, you want to... All the way out to 4:30? Right. There's we were going to present a film this morning by Taylor Mullins, Oklahoma Shakedown. We can't do it in here. We're going to put it in where we were originally this morning. If anybody's interested, are you going to do that or what?
Angela's spots is featured in the film.
All right. Well, I'm going to hand that to you and... Don't go away. I'm going to bring you up in a second. Yeah, Sierra Club. All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity, and also thank you for having this live stream.
You bet.
I have a son-in-law that's having a procedure done, and I have been listening and watching and observing. I was at the meeting last night in Edmond. I think I'm here because my wife would want me to be here. Unfortunately, she passed away. Not too long ago, prior to us moving back to Oklahoma. Came back and buried her here to the state that we loved, the state that we were born in, the state we were going to die in. I took my wife and our savings and recently bought a house and closed on a house in northeast Edmond on October the 30th. I, unbeknownst, didn't know I moved on top of a fault line that was traced back to dinosaur days. I didn't get that kind of information from realtors when I was looking at where to live in Oklahoma. I came back home because I was, excuse me, any Oklahoma State fans, but I was Sooner born and Sooner bred, and I love this state, and I love the people, and I have family back here, and I moved back here. I had a choice to stay in South Texas, but this is where my wife and I talked about coming back to. My children were here from Texas. They live in Texas, unfortunately. I want to say I got back here as quick as I could.
You haven't done a good job of educating them, have you?
Well, I don't know if they'll move back now.
Yeah.
Because they were here on the night of January the 29th, and they were here on the morning of January the 1st. We were going to sit down and watch the football game on New Year's Eve, and which we did. But, you know, I have a 16-year-old granddaughter, and when she gets woken up in the middle of the night and runs down the hallway of my home that I chose to live in, yelling "Mama," and she's 16 years old, she's not 5 years old, I told them then, y'all need to leave and go back to Texas and get out of harm's way. I've got my life savings in this house, took a lot of pride in it, and if I'm going to go down with the Titanic, I'm going to go down with the Titanic. I'm going down with it, and I will. But I have continued to write letters. I've continued to call the Oklahoma Corporation Commission. I have more than one degree. I think I'm fairly well educated. I got common sense, I think, and this is common sense. It don't take us a rocket scientist to figure out what the problem is. I mean, I can read, and I've read enough to know, I think, what the problem is, and I think it's been now well documented.
And you think the problem is?
The wastewater being re-injected into these wells.
Okay.
I live a quarter of a mile from one that sits between Midwest and Air Depot. And I'm ashamed to say I have an app to go look at the last earthquake I just felt.
There was one this morning, right?
Yes. I feel them. I feel them all. Somebody said something about set a glass of water on a table in my bedroom while I'm sitting there wide awake and watch it move, because it's in that ejection well right down below me. And I would call out the oil company, which has that. I know where it is. I know where it's located. We've gone down there and walked around, and we go on a walk. I'm tired of politicians. I'm tired of politics. And we need statesmen. We need statesmen to step up. My kids said, "Dad, come back to Texas." I don't want to go back to Texas. I love Oklahoma. When are we going to do something? I haven't been here that long, but enough's enough.
How long have you been here, since October?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you gone to that other place?
I was there 15 years.
Did they have earthquakes in South Texas?
No, I didn't have it. Well, San Antonio. I lived in San Antonio. Great place to visit.
They drilled for oil down there in San Antonio?
The Eagle Ford Shale is a big formation down through there, all through South Texas. We haven't had any
But they don't
earthquakes.
sit on a fault line, do they? Well, you're going to, okay. Well, we're going to get to that in a second then.
Okay, well, I've never felt any where I lived.
That's okay. You
I
surely
lived on
felt
this-
them where you are now, though.
Oh, no doubt. Okay. No doubt. And I'm not.
What would you suggest to, considering our 5-minute timeline here, and all of us felt the pain when you mentioned the fact that you lost your wife, so our condolences there. If the governor was standing where I'm standing, what would you tell her? If she was standing right where I am, what would you tell her?
I went to who?
If the governor of Oklahoma was standing right where I am, what would you tell her?
I've tried to call her. I've written letters to her. I received a letter the other day.
She's probably watching us right now, by the way.
Well, I hope she is.
Pretend like you're talking to her directly.
Because I had a choice where to retire. I retired back to the home that I love. I retired where there's a state income tax. I could have stayed down there and not paid a state income tax. I didn't mind having to pay a state income tax. I've lived with that. I lived with tornadoes. I have pre-warning on that. I live by myself now. But I'm scared to death. Every time I hear a boom, I am scared to death. And I'm not a baby.
Well, we hear you. I appreciate...
Enough's enough. Thank you.
No, yes. I can tell you that I appreciate you coming here. And just like anything else, I'll tell you the key to success in this building is the character trait of persistence and form a large coalition of like-minded people. You are all residents. Maybe there are business owners. Somebody mentioned the government buildings in Edmond that are damaged. In order to change the paradigm in this building, you have to have a large coalition, because what happens is the special interests will come in. If you're only one group of people, they will get you from two sides in the middle, and they'll cut your legs out from under you. But if you got the whole thing wrapped around, they can't hit you from the sides or underneath because it's too big a coalition to deal with. That's what we need to do, is build a large, large coalition of like-minded people.
Just one last comment, sir. I moved into an addition. I'm in a fairly new home. There's 10 new homes finished in there in my addition. Nobody's going to move into that addition. I can tell you right now, they've been there, they've looked.
How long have those houses been up and empty? How long have they been up and empty?
They've been up, most of those houses in that addition that I'm in. I'm the only homeowner in there, which is lonely in and of itself. But most of those houses have been done for 4 to 5 months, and they've sat empty. People have come to look, but the more we have earthquakes there, the less people are going to move into those homes, I'll tell you right now.
Thank you for that point. Boy. Michael, you're back again.
Good day. My name is Michael DeSapio. I, too, am an Edmond resident. And I echo a lot of the sentiments that the gentleman before me. I returned to Oklahoma 13 months ago. And my house is 5 miles from the epicenter of the 4.2s. We've suffered cracked bricks and cracks in our drywall. That's 5 miles away. My point here today is that from the research that I've done, I think people should know that none of these induced earthquakes are accounted for in our building codes. Our building codes are set up so that a map from the USGS is provided and gives you a seismic design category. Our seismic design category in Edmond is category B in a range from A to E, and then it goes really catastrophic E and Fs. Okay, E is very bad. But we are designing to a level B, okay, which is mild seismic activity. Our building code, the residential building code, the International Residential Building Code that was spoke about yesterday, it has what's called prescriptive design standards that take into account category B and C, the next level up, which is called moderate earthquake, moderate seismic movement. In a state that has over 1,000 earthquakes a year, it should be introduced. These induced seismic activities should be introduced into the hazard map that is being considered for our building codes. If we're not going to get a moratorium that's going to stop this thing immediately, if it's going to go on, we need to start protecting.
But that's for new homes. I mean, right? I mean, we just heard a gentleman tell us a second ago he's got 10 homes and he's a lonely individual there in his own neighborhood. I mean, I get it, Mike, but you know what? I tried 2 years ago to change the building code based on those tornadoes and more, and I got run over like a deer in the headlights. Again, the power is there, okay?
I understand.
You got a great thought there. I agree with you.
Well, just know that you're not being protected to near the level that you may assume that you are being protected to. And,
thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's a very good point.
I'm Sharon Wilson, and I'm from Texas, and thank you for having this.
You're welcome, Sharon.
I tried to wait until all the Oklahomans spoke.
Well, thank you.
But thank you for having this, and thank you for reminding everyone that they're really responsible for the government that they have, and if they don't vote, then you can't expect much from your government. The first thing I want to do is read something from a 2012 article on injection wells, because some people have mentioned about water contamination, and the county where I used to have a farm in Wise County, did get contaminated water from injection wells. This is from Scientific America. In 10 to 100 years, we are going to find out that most of our groundwater is polluted, said Mario Salazar, an engineer who worked for 25 years as a technical expert with the EPA's underground injection program in Washington. A lot of people are going to get sick, and a lot of people may die. So we have the same issues in Texas that you have in Oklahoma. We have earthquakes in North Texas, South Texas, West Texas, and the Panhandle, and they're man-made earthquakes. Never had an earthquake in Texas in my memory, and I'm 63. So they started in 2008 when they started fracking, shortly after they started fracking in the Barnett Shale. So if you put a moratorium on injection, these wells will still keep producing wastewater, and that wastewater has to go someplace. It's a fact. There's a lot of waste, both solid and liquid, from this kind of oil and gas production from frack wells. So that waste has to go somewhere, and last night Representative Moore suggested that you could send it to Texas. Well, I'm here to tell you that you will be received with fierce opposition if that happens. We don't want it. We've got plenty of our own. And I also want to talk about another issue that has been briefly mentioned. Some people mentioned their children having nosebleeds. But right now, you may have heard of Porter Ranch in California, where they have this giant methane that's escaping into the air.
Right.
And at the risk of saying this in Senator Snowball's state, methane is a very powerful greenhouse gas. It is, in the first 10 years, it's 100 times more powerful than CO2. And it is, I have been to many states with a FLIR camera that makes visible the invisible emissions from these oil and gas facilities. This is happening in every state. I'm sure it's happening in Oklahoma too. I want to come here and use the FLIR camera and take video of these emissions. If someone here in Oklahoma will help me with an itinerary and show me around to these facilities, I will take FLIR video and help you clean up your air. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Gene Hunt, and this is the second time I've been up here. And I've been listening to what's being said. And it seems to me that what we ought to be headed for is clean air, clean water, clean energy. To do that, we need to stop fracking, we need to stop injection wells, and we need to go for clean energy. Now, when I was up here the first time, I asked, why are we not taking our tremendous resources that we're investing toward oil and gas, convert that toward clean energy sources, wind energy, solar energy, geothermal energy, and head towards something that's going to last us for the next forever, that is healthy for us. Now, I asked that question, but I didn't get a response. I'd like to ask you that question.
What, for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me, you want me to answer it now?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know why we don't do that.
We heard from, oh, thank you. Hang on a second, I have some glasses somewhere. I can't read anymore. I get to that point where excuse me one second, I think I'm being assisted. Claudia Griffin, representative from Norman. Just stand up, don't sit down. Claudia Claudia tells me that the technology is out there to stop this. She did an interim study, when, last fall on this? In the summer. The technology is there, but more specifically, and Claudia knows this because in her election she ran into it, this is an oil and gas petroleum producing state, okay? It's been an oil and gas petroleum state since prior to statehood. And everybody, and you know this better than anybody, this has been a mainstay of economic growth in this state. It's up and downs, whatever. You're talking about clean air, clean water, clean land. Of course, that's a federal issue, Scott, but anyway, your point is what? That in a state that has based itself on the development of products, oil and gas, commodities from the earth, you're just not going to change their minds overnight. People have made fortunes in this industry, and they're going to continue to make fortunes in this. There'll be up and down cyclical actions. You're trying to move a mountain. I get that. And that's what this movement is here today is all about, is moving that mountain. It's like turning a ship around at sea, right? It's not going to happen like turning a Volkswagen around. But the ship is turning. And it's only going to keep turning if we're persistent in our efforts to turn that ship around. It's not going to happen overnight, but I assure you, the one quality to guarantee you success is the character trait of persistence. Never, ever stop until you reach your goal. That's my answer.
Thank you. We may as well start today.
That's right, because if you're going to have an adult oak tree in your yard, you better plant the seed today, correct?
Right.
Thank you, by the way, for asking that question. Claudia, do you have anything you want to say? Or Louis, you've been back there listening. You let me speak. You have that same opportunity with me. This is the only microphone that works, so you have to get your beans on up here if you want to. While Claudia is coming, sir, you've been waiting. Go ahead and you're on a cane, so I'm going to let you speak first before Claudia does.
Okay.
Go ahead and state your name, Claudia. Hang on one second. We're going to hear this gentleman first. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Earl Hatley. I'm a Grand River keeper for the Grand River watershed in northeastern Oklahoma. I am also a co-founder of Clean Energy Future Oklahoma and co-founder of Stop Fracking Payne County. I live on a farm north of Veneta. However, I'm a landowner in Payne County, just southwest of Stillwater, where I've owned property and a house since 1974. The property that I currently have, I've owned since 1980 until leaving and to move to where I'm at now in 1997. Monday and Tuesday, we had 8 3.0 to 4.3 earthquakes within a 5-mile radius of my property. That was Monday and Tuesday. And then you can draw a circle farther out, and especially to the west and south and north. And we had, as you know, a tremendous amount of earthquakes over that weekend and beyond. In fact, it's been well reported how many earthquakes we've had this year. I've been organizing citizens and working on this problem since 2011 in November, when all of this really started happening in a serious way, and working around the country prior to that through the Waterkeeper Alliance and other national organizations until it came home to roost here. I know a great deal about this issue, I guess I'm trying to say. What I find amazing is that the state of Oklahoma has sat on its hinds and watched this get worse and worse and worse, to a point where the rest of the world is wondering what's going on with this state when other states shut wells down when earthquakes begin. And Oklahoma just watches it go on and on and on to a point where we become ridiculed around the country and around the world. And our government passes this hot potato. The governor doesn't have authority. The Oklahoma Corporation Commission doesn't have the authority, and the legislature won't take the authority. So who's in charge, I guess, is the question. Who's in charge? I understand the legislature doesn't have the power because
yes, they do.
Too many. Well, I understand you have the power ultimately, but how many votes can you get is the question. When it comes right down to it, can you get a bill passed through the Senate and the House? Maybe it's getting closer, but 2 years ago that was laughable. We maybe had 2 or 3 that would entertain it, but they wouldn't sponsor the bill. Last year we couldn't get a bill sponsored. Maybe this year we could get a bill sponsored for a moratorium.
I suspect that's going to happen.
But
getting one authored.
Okay, well,
getting one done is 2 different.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is where we are. 585 earthquakes last year later, and
well, I'll tell you something, sir.
85 this year, above 3.0. So
I know that this legislative body and the executive can do amazing things in a short period of time.
Yes,
when the 2013 tornado hit Moore, we passed. I don't think, Claudia, you weren't here, but Lewis was here. We passed an emergency appropriations bill. It went out of here in a week on an emergency basis, and it got done. Yes. It can get done.
I know that it can get done. In fact, as a environmental scientist, and I also have a master's degree in public policy, and I was a lobbyist during the 90s here, and I got 3 moratoriums passed on hazardous waste and medical waste. So I know it can be done. I've helped do it. And I would like to see it done. Saying that it can't be done, as we were told 3 years ago, no, the legislature can't pass moratoriums. Don't tell me they can't do it, because I was here when we did it. So it can be done. And we've seen with well shutdowns that a moratorium works. We've had scientists say, oh, they'll just get worse if we have a moratorium. No, we've seen that with moratoriums, earthquakes not only diminish, but they can stop. So deep well injection has been proven to work. It worked when we were injecting hazardous waste in the 80s and early 90s. In fact, Tim Baker was around when we did that up in Ramona and in the Bartlesville area. And I looked him in the eye when we had that town hall meeting in 2012 and told him to tell the other people that we got that done, but no. So we can do this.
It can be done, right? It's the political will that's necessary.
So the other thing is the health problems, and you just heard about the health problems. We know people are getting sick in Payne County, and I know people whose families are sick, and I know people that are sick from the methane and the volatile organic compounds and the benzene that are being emitted from this. We have people that have cancers from this. We know people are sick in Oklahoma. We have health studies that have been done in Pennsylvania and around the country that are online for everybody to read. And we know that that's what's not being said, but needs to be said.
You just
and
said
so
it.
The infrared, that study needs to be done to show what's coming off of these wells, both the injection wells and the fracking wells. And then there's the groundwater contamination that's been well documented. The EPA flubbed their study, but now they're eating crow, and they're going to come out with the truth here in just a little bit and rescind what they said about that study. So the groundwater pollution is the other issue. Right up here in the interim study that they had last year, it was admitted that the billions of gallons of waste that's being sent down into the Arbuckle, they have no idea where it went. They don't know where it is. They don't know where it's going, yet they continue to put it down there, and it'll pop up somewhere someday. We don't know when, we don't know where, but we'll see it. Maybe our children will see it. That's the legacy. So what I want to say is that there is no amount of regulation that can make fracking safe for human health and the environment or sustainable. It cannot be done. It cannot be done. You can't legislate fracking. You cannot do it. You can't legislate horizontal hydraulic fracturing. I don't care how hard you try, you will not make it safe. This is a technology just like CAFOs that cannot be regulated in a safe way. You cannot turn your water from green to clear regulating CAFOs, and you will not make our environment, our planet, our lungs,
let me ask you a question, sir.
our people safe fracking.
All right, I get that. But let me ask you, again, playing devil's advocate. You're Representative Moore, myself, Representative Griffin, and we put a moratorium on fracking, and one of your constituents, or two or three or a dozen, come up to you that have been laid off from the industry because we have put a moratorium on fracking, and says to you, you no good, rotten SOB, you cost me my job, and I'm going to make sure blah, 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 blah. What do you say to that person?
Won't be the first time, because believe me, since the 1980s, I've had the big shots after me. Conoco, Phillips, you name it. I've been beat up, shot at. I've been tapped, broken into.
Is that what's going to happen to us? We're going to get shot at?
Well, that's the price, okay?
No,
for
it is a
standing
volunteer
up
army,
to
isn't
the
it?
truth. Okay, now what I tell them is come back here and stand up like I'm standing up to you and say, why is the legislature chasing good, clean energy jobs out of the state with 750-foot setbacks for wind generators and charging us for putting solar panels on our roof?
That was another bill that came through here.
Yeah. Why is the legislature running jobs out of Oklahoma that we could be getting that are high paying and more jobs than we get in the oil patch? It's a fact, and you can go look it up, that renewable energy, solar and wind, hires more people than the oil patch does. And these are clean jobs where you don't carry all of that hazardous waste home and drop it on the floor when you get into the house for the kids to play in.
You're right. When are you going to announce your candidacy for office?
Well,
okay, very good, very good. Thank you, sir.
I am not running, and if elected, I will not serve.
Claudia, I tell you what, we got one left, and then I want you to, if you have a moment, all right? So we got one person left in line. So, no, you're the last one. We'll let Claudia make her statement when you're finished. You've been standing in line. Go ahead, that one with the little green light on. State your name, who you're with, where you're from.
My name is Mark Burkett. I was born and raised in Norman, Oklahoma, but I've been living in Oklahoma City for almost 30 years. And I've only been able to see kind of certain bits and pieces and excerpts of this meeting today, so I don't know if some of the things I'm about to say have already been said, but I wanted to come over here and give my 2 cents because I'm really worried about the priorities of the leadership of this body. And I noticed that when it looked like that fetuses were in danger, that there was intense amounts of concern in this chamber, and that one of our state legislators even said that he would immolate himself because fetuses were threatened. And also I've noticed that if people think that their guns are in peril, that there's a massive amount of response and concern to endangering of guns. But when it comes to our homes and our businesses and our property, not so much. The only major, now unless I'm missing something, the only significant response that I've seen out of this legislature and this governor is to pass the law that prevents counties and cities from banning fracking and injection wells in their jurisdictions, and also cutting the severance tax and taxes on the oil industry, as well as maintaining their subsidies. That's the only two major responses to the earthquake crisis that I've seen so far, unless I'm missing something.
Well, nothing gets passed around here unless it's a majority of the members of this body and the agreement of the corner office downstairs.
And until people, I guess, until the electorate of this state is as concerned about their houses and businesses crumbling as they are about fetuses and guns, we're still not going to get any major action legislatively or regulatorily. And I just wonder what it's going to take. How much more damage is it going to have to be?
That's what we're going to find out, aren't we?
And I mean, my response to people who say that that they're going to lose their jobs if we ban injection wells is, what good is having a job if your house is crumbling and your business is falling apart? Not only that, I don't know if anybody's mentioned so far, but there are bigger issues at stake than just our state. And one of the biggest issues is that huge above-ground storage tank farm in Cushing.
Well, it's been mentioned, but
which is, I would assume someone has mentioned. I don't know how many gallons is up there. I think maybe it's 82 million. But even if that can sustain a 4 or 5 earthquake here and there, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, it's going to. I'm not an engineer, but I'm thinking it's cumulative. And if you just keep having 4-point earthquakes or 5-point earthquakes or maybe even 3-point earthquakes over and over and over again, one or more of those tanks is going to go one of these days. And who's going to be on the hook to clean that up? Is it just going to be Oklahoma taxpayers? There's also going to be the big bad federal taxpayers, and the big bad federal government's going to have to come in and bail out that mess. And then I also don't know what happens. I've never have seen a map or a chart of all of the pipelines leading to the pipeline hub of America in Cushing. How many run through all these areas that the earthquakes are currently at right now that are 4.3 and above?
We have a process in Oklahoma called the initiative petition. That gives us, as a populous state, the right of every citizen group or citizens, the right to amend the Constitution to do and change the basic laws of this state through the initiative petition process. It's been done many times. That may be a solution. I don't know. But
no, I noticed that our governor had time in her schedule to go and grandstand in at least 2 meetings about the fate of the Ten Commandments monument. She had time for that.
Again, I emphasize we could sit here all day and go that. But what I'm saying is, I know that you know the method of change. It's either through this body or through initiative petition. And I encourage people in this room, it's been done before on many, many issues, and it can be done again. And that, if everybody is upset enough, and I think that group is growing, the numbers are growing, it can be changed quickly through that process. If this body and the governor won't act, we have a recourse called the initiative petition.
Well, we also have this mechanism that I've heard of that's called voting.
Well, we've discussed that. But you're right. We know we need to multiply the interest of this room by 1,000-fold. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. This body reacts to public pressure. Which moves this body is public pressure. Okay, enough public pressure will change the policy of this state. I guarantee it.
Well,
maybe this is the beginning of that movement. I don't know. I hope so. But it's up to you all to influence us, Claudia, Lewis, and others, as well as the general public. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of effort, but it can be done.
I'm thinking that we are, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, I'm thinking that we are coming to an inevitable showdown between damaging the oil industry in this state or the oil industry in this state damaging everybody else.
I think there's a middle ground. I truly believe the oil and gas companies are going to continue to explore, but we need to do it in a safe, environmentally constructive way that's not going to have your house come tumbling down on your head when you least expect it.
The oil industry is a huge, as everybody's pointing out, is a huge historic part of this state. But
and that's not going to change.
It's not everything involved in this. It's not the entire economy.
Well,
what good is it going to do if we have 2 or 3 or 4% economic growth and growth in?
All right, we could spit around this all day, but let me tell you. Let me end this on.
If our houses and our businesses are crumbling.
I guess we are. Let me end this on and then I'm going to let Claudia, if you don't mind, let Claudia finish with it. She had the study. I think she needs to say a few words. Let me tell you this much. I can tell you from last night and tonight in a very short period of time that the industry is hearing your voice. I've already heard from them. They know it. They're changing. They're not going to admit to doing anything drastic immediately. But your voices have been heard. And when you think about the small number of people, relatively speaking, to the Metroplex, you're a very small number of people, but you've been extremely loud in your concerns. You have done a great amount of good. What we should leave here today feeling very positive, because it is rare for a group of people to get together and have this kind of central motivation to change public policy. So I congratulate all of you for taking the effort to come here and make that message known.
Well, crumbling houses is a great attention getter.
Claudia, you want to say a few words? Claudia Griffin, our freshman representative from Norman area, right, Claudia?
Thank you. First of all, let me state that I'm an RN by nature with a master's in public health, and this is sort of not something that I thought I would be interested in. But I've been upstairs writing and working on legislation that we are due to turn in next week, and I've been listening to the broadcast in my office, so I thought I'd come down and tell you about my study. I like to read really weird things, and I have always been one that is a problem solver, and I don't like to put blame anywhere. This is the way it is. This is how it is. Let's see if we can fix it. So I started reading some really kind of weird articles, and I don't even know where I came across this, but I came across a technology that could remove all of the brine out of the fracking water, and as a result of that, separate it into solids, separate it into, at first I thought, was either not drinkable water, but reusable water to either be re-injected back in and then recycled. So there was no need for injecting it anywhere. But after the study, we found out it even did more than what we originally thought. So my study was granted by the speaker, and it was combined with a bunch of other studies on seismic activity, and as a result of that, I only got 15 minutes of the 2-hour time slot for that actual study. Well, if I'm going to ask somebody to come from out of state and spend their time coming down, plus having DEQ there, Water Resources Board, and all these people, 15 minutes to me wasn't enough, so I pulled my study off and did my own study. As a result of doing my own study, it wasn't well publicized. It wasn't covered by. It wasn't covered as well by news media as some of the other studies were. So the study basically showed not only would this technology remove all of the salt and the bad stuff out of the water into solids that could be resold and reutilized, it could also, we could reuse the water, and it would even eliminate all of the toxins in the water, so if it wanted to be put in or back into water resources or injected back into the ground, it would meet all EPA standards. I went, whoa, this is huge. So I'm from the city of Norman. I asked if it would also be able to be utilized in municipality water, because in the city of Norman we have 22 water wells that we cannot use because of the high levels of arsenic in those wells. So I asked if we could use a prototype and test 2 of our high arsenic wells in Norman to see if it would do exactly as they said. They came down, they took 2 of the arsenic wells, uncapped one, and we sent in the water results, and it did exactly as they said. So it removed the arsenic out of those wells, and as a result, they, meaning the individuals who have the technology, are entering into discussions about utilizing this technology for 1 month on 2 of our highest arsenic wells to remove the remaining arsenic out of the water. Now, for municipalities, this is huge. This is also a huge, huge step. So nothing's come out about the study. I'm hearing more and more earthquakes. I have been in constant contact with the person who has the patent on this stuff, and we're trying to get oil companies interested. The difficulty is this technology is not cheap. And as oil prices fall below 20, if they're going to fall below $20 a barrel, it's not an easy process, and it's not going to be very inexpensive to do this. So is it going to be cost effective for an oil company or oil companies to invest in this kind of technology? So basically what I'm saying is the technology is out there. It is available. It will be costly, but the long run is that we can have, I like to call it cake and eat it too. I mean, we have the technology there. We are an oil and gas state. If the two shall meet, a solution can be readily available and help Oklahoma out.
Thank you, Claudia. She's one of our shining stars.
I wanted if one quick question about what you learned. Did it test about the norm radiation that comes up in that water? Because that's one of the things that alarms me.
There was so much scientific engineering stuff. It was probably mentioned, but in my mind, I'm not a technical person that knows all that stuff. It's still available. I mean, we can still bring it back. We can still, and actually, we are working and trying to get more interested in it and see if we can get something done.
Well, I know a lot of us would love to see some of that science, and so that would be really cool.
Is any of this available? Any more detailed information on this available to us right now?
I had some handouts and stuff that as a result, and I can try and get that. How do we make that available?
On what again?
On the actual science and the stuff behind it and what it. But again, I think what we're going to have is we're going to have engineers and people who really understand this rather than myself as a layperson.
I know, but I want to talk about it to a lot of people, and I want to know what I'm talking about. So I'd like to get more information on. I really would, and I also can we get the name of the company, or is that not available yet?
The name of the company is not available yet.
But we can just contact you for more detail.
Yeah, and what I'll try to do is, and I will give it to Representative Morrissette, and we can figure out how we want to distribute it. But I can give you the information that and how we presented it. We did have the Department of DEQ. We had the Water Resources Board. We had lots of government people there.
I bring you up here and the line starts growing
I'm
again.
sorry.
It's all right.
Well, I was trying to give you a break.
Yeah, well, yeah,
because
that's
you've
true.
talked forever.
Well, what's new about that, right? I mean,
that's true.
I just have a very quick question.
Okay.
Are we talking
Don't
about
go
Dean
anywhere.
Kamen's slingshot technology?
I'm sorry?
Dean Kamen and his slingshot technology, is that what we're talking about?
That does not ring a bell.
I just watched recently something that you're describing perfectly. It was a documentary on Netflix, Dean Kamen, the inventor of the Segway, yes, about doing this very same thing. And the difference between what I learned in that documentary and what you just said is that the whole point of what he's trying to develop is that it is not expensive. It is very easy to do, and he's taking this technology to places in Africa and providing them with drinking water that they have no access to clean drinking water. And it's a very interesting piece of work, and if that's one other avenue that you can explore that would keep the cost down, then I would suggest doing something on those lines, because it doesn't need to be expensive from what I've learned.
And the whole point of saying this is the technology is out there, and we're within 2 or 3 years of making it very, very cost effective. So it is there. It's just the first person who jumps in there, it may be cost prohibitive as prices of oil and gas decrease.
And she, because she's from Texas, she wanted me to ask, because I'm from Oklahoma. Okay, but it is a very good question. How are we supposed to test for the absence of chemicals that we have no lists of? They're not providing us with the list because they say they're proprietary, even though they could be killing us if we drink them. How are we supposed to test for these things when we don't even know what they are?
and that would tell me then, if EPA doesn't have a standard, then that would be under federal jurisdiction, would be the purview of the Congress of the United States, which means we need to get a hold of Snowball Senator and the rest of our delegation, right? And I don't know if any of you noticed it. It's wonderful weather out here today. It's January. It's like 65 degrees out there. Where is baseball starting up again? I don't know. But go ahead, ma'am.
So besides the secret chemicals that we can't even know what they are, and that the EPA, they're so new and they're constantly changing, the EPA hasn't even developed standards for those yet. Besides that issue, that the big secrecy, the other problem is you're still, I've been following this since they came in and wrecked my world in early 2000. And I've been hearing about cleaning up the water and all of this for a long time. And industry is going to cut corners. They're going to do it the cheapest way they can. And that's a fact. But you're still taking matter out of the earth. You're taking a lot of water, you're taking gas, you're taking all sorts of matter out of the earth and putting it somewhere else. That's not going to solve your earthquake.
But they've been doing it because it makes money.
Right, but
Follow the money.
The problem is not just, okay, the
Jobs.
earthquakes are not caused just from injection. They're caused from fracking injection, they're caused from wastewater injection, but they're also caused from extraction. So you're still going to be pulling massive amounts of water out of the earth that's going to create a void. The earth doesn't like a void.
I agree. That's a good point.
So.
I agree. Okay, I guess you're the cleanup batter here.
Okay, I'll make this very fast. One of my questions was going to be for the representative.
Come on back. She knows how to get back up here.
You mentioned that the cost for the filtration technology is high. Is that a upfront, one-time cost, or is that a continuing operational cost?
I suspect it's ongoing. It has to be ongoing,
okay.
Continuous.
Actually, it is up front, and the more, this is a multi-million-dollar technology, so
Right.
if someone's going to come in and invest to put one multi-million-dollar piece of technology in here, that first one's going to be very expensive. So are they called pods? I don't know, these pods that they're talking about where there's the most activity. You would put several of these there because you have to get the water to it.
Right.
You also have other issues of these trucks are very, very heavy with all of this wastewater. So they're going to be on county roads or they're going to be on state roads, this type of thing. So you want them the shortest distances possible to get the water to where the technology site is. So the more you have, the reduce the cost.
Right. That makes sense. Now, going back to what they were saying about the other technology, the Stirling engine-based technology, that's great on a small scale, and that's great for extracting things like salt. When you're dealing with a lot of volatiles that are in the water and those kinds of things, and if you're dealing with tons of water, that technology may not be as effective. It's great for a small African village, not for dealing with tens of thousands of gallons. So.
Yeah, and this system is designed to do however many, I don't know whether it's by the barrel or by the gallons, I don't know how they say that, but it's designed to do large volumes.
Hence why it costs so much more. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, very good. I want to thank News9.com for streamlining this live up there. A young man's probably falling asleep, but that's okay. I want to thank all of you for being here today. You have no idea how influential each and every one of you were by being here today. I mean, I am not making that up. You've been extremely influential. The information has been tremendous. Thanks for putting up with me, but this is just the beginning, not the end, right? You've got to get into gear, get a hold of those policymakers that we've been basically generally talking about, and let's change the direction of this policy. Thanks for coming here today. Appreciate it very much.